Recap.
Recap! We're fighting Relicanter. Recap over.
Oh,
Alright, bet.
okay.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely.
I'm stoked about that one.
That's a that's a recap there. That's
Recap! So our band of adventurers have finally made it to Primralty, where they know Relicanter is impersonating Prince Rainer. Rainer, while there, has already managed to convince the king to basically do an irrefutable and irreversible order to commit genocide on the vampires that the group had already just saved from Sea Shroud and sent them to Primralty as a safe haven. Well, while there, we've also found out that what's his face, Voltaire and Lacoth were also in the room. Voltaire guising himself as a Duke of Gilstead. We managed to make it on scene after going back and forth on many plans that we decided to go with none of them. We finally just basically decided to charge in with our group while a few of our friends that we made along the way would hide off into the wings. Shizuki approached Relicanter, spoke with him briefly, tried to stall for time just to see if there's any way he could distract him so that Ravella would be able to put on the amulet that could show his true form. Well, kinda sort of worked, but Relicanter was able to see it coming. While he grabbed the amulet and showed his actual true form, he obliterated Ravella, who once again failed to do what she was supposed to do. No surprise there. And combat ensued. At the beginning of the fight, though, the arrowhead that we've obtained that will prevent Relicanter from teleporting around, Shizuki was able to stab him with double nat 20s, bam, and lock that in. So now he has limited movement, but is still very versatile. But we did go ahead and manage to put down Lacoth very easily, and Voltaire almost just as easily. So, as it stands now, Velastros has taken the king to his other plane, where his safe haven is, promising him that he would protect Ravella, who had already been obliterated. The fight's going on still, and Velastros has scooped up some of her ashes, though, to do what he may with that, but the fight is still continuing on. As it stands right now, we have some people hiding away, some people underground, a couple columns sticking up that has busted holes in the ceiling, the throne has actually been destroyed. So, you know, we're keeping the damage to somewhat of a minimum.
I told you I was going to put a hole in the ceiling.
But
Alright.
that's where we are.
Alright.
time. All right. So, picking up right where we left off. I like it. Straight into combat. Ginzo's turn. So, Ginzo is going to go ahead and use his bonus action to hide. As he is going to sort of... Let's see. How far can he get? Yeah, so he's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30 and attempt to obscure himself behind this fountain. Make a stealth check as Genzo. I'm going to go ahead and give Relicanter a disadvantage on his perception check because he's kind of surrounded and being kicked prison style. Alright, Genzo is hidden, and now that he is hidden, he has advantage on his attack. So he's going for a shot straight at Relicanter.
It'll be a straight roll because Relicanter is still prone.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. So he doesn't have sneak attack.
I mean, he'd still have sneak attack, because...
Oh yeah, he's within 5 feet. So, let's see if he hits. That's a nat 1. As he fires the shot, and you see smoke pour out of his gun, and his gun is now jammed. He's already used his bonus action, so he can't try to unjam it. So that's going to be the end of his turn. Alright, Rill's turn. So Rill is gonna do the same thing. He's gonna attempt to hide.
Why are they trying to hide?
To get sneak attack.
They get
I'm
sneak
doing-
attack anyway because he's right next to the group.
Yeah, but you don't get sneak attack if you have disadvantage on the attack. To metagame, Coco! He's getting advantage to negate the disadvantage, so the disadvantage doesn't automatically negate the possibility of sneak attack.
Still okay.
Because it even says that if you have disadvantage, even regardless, you can't do sneak attack if you have disadvantage on the attack.
Nah. I don't know. I've only been a rogue for like 2 days, so I don't know how these things work.
Two equivalent natural rolls, but Rill beats his roll by 1. It's a 16 versus a 15. So he does not have disadvantage on the attack. So yeah, he's going to go in for an attack at him. And that does not hit. He's going to use his bonus action to try to do the same thing. No, he already used his bonus. That's the end of his turn. Alright, Aaron, you are up.
Alright, Aaron's gonna move all the way to the other fountain so that way I can be in line with Phoenix over there. So that way I can get advantage on this shit because I'm flanking technically. Would that be considered flanking?
No, you have to be within melee range for it to count as flanking.
Oh, yeah, that didn't happen. Never mind. Don't worry, then I'm gonna put myself back where I was and not move because there's no point in moving. I can hit him where I'm at. Alright, so with me hitting him where I'm at, I'm going to... I guess I'm going to go for a full round of attacks. You want to see if you can get me that data source table sheet up for my freaking gun real quick? That I can't, that I don't have access to?
I think I actually have an idea for how to give you access to it.
Okay. Because this one's going to be fun.
Try clicking on that, now that it's set to public.
Oh look, I can see it.
Awesome. So just
Alright.
click the little D20 at the top.
Yep. Alright, so, well, let's make
But
sure...
you actually have to hit first. So
Yeah, I know.
go
I
ahead
know,
and roll
I
your
know.
attack.
I'm working on it. So we're gonna go.
And by the way,
with...
go ahead and drag that to the bottom of your bar, so you always have it.
Yep, I have it. I got you. I did that. All right. So we're gonna go with a full round of attacks to Relicanter.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Yup. He's gonna take that. He's gonna take a whole bunch of this.
Make sure you're keeping track of your charges.
Yep, I know. This is the last time I can do this for a full round of attacks until I have to recharge. With one of these. All right.
Your boy has entered the building.
Hey,
Oh, awesome. So it says, so I got the next time this would misfire within the next 24 hours, you may re-roll that attack roll. This attack roll has advantage. This attack roll does not gain the additional use of a cosmic boom.
so it's sort of a get out of jail free card.
Yep, that's awesome. Sweet. All right. Relicanter gets that.
Aw,
Yep. Bonus action one last time.
Are y'all already in the fight?
Jesus, 2 5s in a row.
Holy shit! Yeah, we've already started, and nothing's happened other than some really terrible turns from NPCs and Aaron taking his turn.
And having 2 5s in a fucking row.
Yeah, what are the chances of that?
Jesus Christ. That sucked. Alright, well, yeah. Solomon's gonna come move over here. And Solomon's gonna bite his ass.
Bite him. Okay, he is prone, so he has advantage on the attack.
Yep, he's gonna bite him, and he's also going to attempt to grapple to make sure he stays there.
Okay,
So,
he's gonna attempt to grapple.
yep. That hits.
Wow, that's a good roll. Yeah, that hits. Well, it's an okay roll, but yeah, that hits. He just has a good bonus now.
Bite,
All right.
and a grapple.
So, does Solomon have any bonuses to his athletics or anything? It doesn't look like it. So just make a strength check, not a save, a check.
Okay. I can do that with a +7. Jesus Christ! Why when it counts? Why when it counts? Do I get that at advantage since he's prone?
No. Yeah, that doesn't work.
Fucking Jesus Christ, man.
But he still gets a second attack. But I think it takes your bonus action to try to grapple.
Yeah. That's fine. I'll just claw him. Jesus Christ.
Oh. Yeah, that's gonna miss. 15 misses.
Dude,
After
that's
two.
2 2s in a row after 2 5s in a row. What the hell?
2s and 5s.
Alright.
Magic numbers for the night.
I'm done with this game. Don't curse me, damn it.
All right. Anything else?
No, yeah, I want to shoot fireworks out my ass.
All right. I'm gonna have you make a Constitution check to see if that never. No. All right, Velastrios, you're up.
Sweet. So yeah, man, I think I'm just gonna cast Magic Missile at 7th level.
Okay. Roll damage.
So let me see, what is that?
So
9 darts?
What's first level magic missile does 3, right?
Yeah, and then one
So
after,
then
so
it's going to be 9. Yes.
yeah, 9 darts.
Yeah.
So
So that's 9d4, I believe, plus whatever. I think 9d4 plus 9.
Yeah. So that's 21 damage.
Actually, that's it's 30 because you add plus 1 per dart to it as
Oh
well.
yeah. Yeah, so 30 damage.
All right.
And yeah, man, that's gonna like end his turn. I have so many AoEs. It would hurt so many people. Like incendiary cloud. Yeah, that's gonna be it for him.
Azrael.
Yeah. Okay. I really don't want him getting in the middle of all that mess, even if he's on the ground, because that's a whole mess, it's a pile of people. So we're just gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Azrael's just gonna move back a little bit, right over here. And then he's going to use his 7th level, which he got back from drinking a potion on his last turn, so... This is dumb, but he doesn't have anything really to go against this guy, and he's going to cast Crown of Stars.
a good spell, though.
Yeah, not against him though. I mean, it's just radiant damage, which I know he's got resistance to, but I mean the same thing as Valastrios. Like they just don't have anything really against him that he won't just immediately save on.
Yeah, it was either something like Firebolt or Finger of Death, and I just chose the fucking the move I use because it's one hit, like it automatically hits. That's the only reason why I chose that one.
So he will use his bonus action to fire one of the motes at Azrael.
So give me a spell attack.
Yeah. What is his spell attack?
It would be his proficiency, which is 6 plus his it would be plus 11,
All
unless he has any equipment that gives him any bonus to that.
I don't think he has anything to increase his.
No, he's got the staff of defense. So
Yeah, I think he's got stuff that gives him extra defense, but doesn't give him.
okay. So just roll a d20.
Okay. And it's he's still on the ground, right?
Yes. So this would be at disadvantage.
Disadvantage. I'll roll twice. So. Hey, another 5.
Number of the night. Yeah, that's 16. That doesn't hit.
Okay, so that takes off one
As
of
it
his
just
motes.
flies over the rest of your heads.
How many motes do you get with this spell? It's been so long since I had this with Shaz. You 7 motes, so he's down to 6 motes.
Okay.
Okay. And how far off is he from him right now? Oh yeah, no, he's gonna keep going. Say he gets about right there. All right, and that's gonna end his turn.
Fantasy Grounds is lagging for me. Give me just a second. It does this blue circle thing anytime people move and do shit. Okay. So at the end of
Probably
his turn,
'cause I'm
he's gonna
loading in.
use. Okay. He's gonna use one of his legendary actions, and he's gonna make an attack with disadvantage, of course. Let me just roll. See who he attacks. That's gonna be at you, Phoenix.
Bet. Remember, I have mental suffering on him, and I modified it too, so whatever he hits me with is going to go right back at him.
Yep, I know. So this is with disadvantage, as he is gonna swipe at you with Muragira. Oh, that hits. So, he's coming at you with this. As you take 61 points of damage, as he just smacks you hard with his sword. However, this didn't account your resistances in. You would have taken 4 less damage from that. So, I'll erase 4 of your wounds for you.
Well, doesn't the Miragima do fire damage? Because
Not
that's what it does.
completely. It only does an additional 2d6 fire.
Okay.
So, yeah. So you're actually at 109 wounds.
Alright.
Alright.
Remember,
And-
Gavin, he takes that same damage.
Yep, now does it say anything about any kind of, do their resistances get taken into account?
No, I think it ignores resistances. If I remember correctly, when I had it with Paragon, it ignores resistances.
What is it, Diabolic Channel? No, the Diabolic Channel is your weapon thing.
No, it's Blood Curse of the Mental Suffering.
Mutual suffering.
A mutual suffering.
No, it matters. There's a mental
Okay, it
thing in there
matters.
too.
Okay. Mutual suffering. Sorry.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so it doesn't ignore resistances.
Okay.
However, the damage dealt is necrotic damage. So
Right.
regardless of what damage you take, it does necrotic damage back.
So he gets fucked with necrotic.
Yeah, 57.
He's a freaking celestial. That's gonna hurt.
Maybe.
You would think.
All right.
Oh, if you hold up, if you amplify it, it does negate necrotic resistance. If you do amplify it.
It does. Okay. So there we go. Negated resistance. All right. And moving on, it is now all the guards' turns. They really don't have anything they can do, and I'm not going to throw their spears because if they roll badly, they don't have sharpshooter or anything. So if they roll badly, they're hitting somebody. So I'm just going to move them all 30 feet closer.
Name the map is.
He's right there. He jumps up onto the table. This one's going to go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30. Move himself right here. This one's going to move himself right here. This one's going to move himself here. And this one's going to put himself there. And that is their turns. And now it is Relicanter's turn.
I'm surprised the guards are still alive.
So, Relicanter
Get the map.
is going to use a key point to, as his bonus action, disengage. So he is then going to make an attack against Dorian and Gwen. Where did his thing go? Anyway. Alright, so he's coming at both of you guys. Well, at Dorian and Gwen with just a regular old multi-attack.
So, quick question. Is he standing up? Because otherwise all his attacks have disadvantage because he's prone.
He's going to use 5 feet of his movement because he's a monk to stand up. And he's going at you guys with an attack. That's going to be a miss. He's going at Gwen with an attack. Oh, that's a natural 20. However, she's going to kind of sort of negate that because she's going to use her reaction to use Uncanny Dodge. So it's just going to do normal damage. So going in with damage. Make sure that... Okay, that didn't automatically double it. Good. No, that did automatically double it, so I need to cut that in half. I'm just going to roll it again so it doesn't double it. Okay, so she's going to take 58 points of damage from the sword. And he's going to throw a God Smite onto that. She's going to take 92 points of damage.
She is also resistant to radiant.
Yes, she is. So, out of that, she takes 18 less and 17 less. So, 35 less. 92 minus 35 is 57. She's going to take 57 points of damage. As he just slams her with this sword and just hits her square in the gut, launching her back. Damn it, Fantasy Grounds. There we go. 10 feet. As she hits the ground hard. He's then going to use the rest of his move. He's going to use 5 more feet of his movement to fly straight up 5 feet. Fly west to about here, get on ground level, and he's going to use his third attack as he yells at the rest of you, "I will not let You interfere with this world's future! Taste the reign of my judgment.
How
As
did
you
he
see him hold
move
his hand
past
out,
Gwen? He
she was
knocked her
prone
back?
on the ground.
Oh, okay.
And he also flew up 5 feet as well.
So that means every single guard has an attack of opportunity.
He disengaged as his bonus.
Okay.
He did say he disengages.
I told you, like, whenever I talked to you last time, I've had a week to think about what I would do on his first turn. So, Reign of Judgment. I need a dexterity saving throw from all the guards. Okay, basically everyone. All the guards and everyone in that cluster as he shoots out this giant beam.
Can I get the map real quick?
Yeah.
I couldn't find it. I looked in the book.
Is this a spell
He's-
or is this just another magical effect?
This is what he killed Ravella with.
That doesn't matter. I'm not in that any of that area. So
I can't hear.
So I need a dexterity saving throw.
he needs a dexterity saving throw from everybody in that cluster, which Shiziki, Aaron is not involved in.
Which cluster? Where? I don't see any markers.
I'll say it out individually if I need to. Gwen,
Just
Archer,
can you make
Dorian,
is there like
Phoenix.
a cone or
It's
a box?
a giant line. I'll draw the line, but it's a 15 foot wide line. So if you are within 5 feet of this line, dexterity saving
okay.
throw.
Alright, you just said cluster. I was kind of confused.
Oh shit! I swear to God, you fucking Aaron's not gonna be happy if frickin' Solomon gets disintegrated.
Hmm.
Aaron's going to flip shit.
But you gotta make two. You have to make one for Bigby and one for your Hounded Element. Bigby and Hounded
Aaron's
Element.
gonna- Oh, dude. Oh, dude. Oh, dude. You're done. I just want you to know that, because Aaron's gonna flip his shit now.
I also like how Gavin was like, I've been planning this out for a week. So of course all the guards would run right into a straight line for them to all
They
be
would
hit by
run-
this.
They would run a straight
I
line. in
planned
his
it out.
direction.
Thought about it for a week. I'm gonna have all these dudes run right into this line AoE.
Do you see what Solomon just rolled, Gavin?
Yeah, I do.
You do realize Relicantor is going to die. And I have no clue what Aaron's about to do, because at this point I wasn't expecting Solomon to get disintegrated.
If I get knocked down, they're probably gonna have to do the people around me are probably gonna have to do another saving throw.
Phoenix, you had a
Including-
+5. Solomon gets a +5. Well, he rolled that one. Oh, yeah, everyone within 15
Everybody there
feet.
gets a +5.
Yeah, everyone within 15 feet of Dorian gets a +5. But, I mean, won't really matter. A lot of us rolled like 10s.
Yeah.
What was the DC for that? 21?
Something like that.
I couldn't even pass it if I rolled a nat 20.
A nat 20, actually, you could have. It's an auto success. But that's what it
Oh,
would have
okay.
taken for some people.
Well,
Keep in
yeah,
mind
I-
that an
I
ancient
would have
dragon's fire breath has a dexterity saving throw of 24. So,
It also doesn't do
Oh, okay.
nearly as much damage as this thing. Or
Yeah.
disintegrate people.
alright, so if you rolled a 21 or lower, then you take... Game's lagging a little bit. Hasn't shown me the roll yet.
I rolled
Okay,
one. It's like 12 damage.
so if you rolled a 21 or lower, then you take 41 points of force damage, and 33 points of radiant damage for a total of 74.
Except for like half the people here resistant to radiant.
Yeah, so actually everybody would be, so I can go ahead and just adjust those numbers.
The guards wouldn't. Well, the guards are gonna die from the 40 points of force damage anyway.
So the total is 58, actually. 58 points of damage.
Mm.
Did anybody pass that one?
Nope. I don't think anybody did.
It
Unless
would
the
be
guards passed
57.
it. Did the guards pass the saving throw?
No, as when he fires this beam, you hear all 5 of them in tandem just scream as they are disintegrated and turned into dust.
Hey, Gav, bro. That'd be
What's up?
5-7, right? 33, half rounded down, 16. 16 plus 41, 57?
57, yes.
Yeah, okay. So, plus... Okay, I got my wounds.
Solomon made it. Thanks to his 115 hit points.
I hate to remind you of something, man.
That was a crit fail on a spell.
It's a homebrew roll I've been using for a while now, and Tony does the same thing. That it counts as a critical if you roll a nat 1 on a saving throw.
It's 114 damage. He's still good.
Is he
Yeah,
really?
He's still up by 1 fucking point.
Yep.
Plus, yeah, he's still up by 1 point, so ha!
Holy shit!
1 fucking point, 115 hit points.
Holy
yeah.
shit!
1 goddamn point.
Oh my god!
So what was the total you said? 57?
57, yeah.
Solomon, literally, you were a hit point away from Solomon being disintegrated. However,
Missed it by that much.
he has 1 attack left. As you hear him say, "Blaze, Muragira! Ragirajin Blitz!" As he pulls this flaming sword out and makes a giant crescent-shaped slash in that direction. I need everybody once again to make a dexterity saving throw.
How far is that attack? Because he's 50 feet away.
It is a 60-foot range.
Okay, so let me see. I don't think Solomon's gonna have to make one.
Oh,
Yeah,
hold up.
however, I'll say this. After last session, it has been revised to where it no longer disintegrates. Due to a ruling that took place at a particular point of the game.
Solomon doesn't have to make it. He's literally 65 feet away.
Is he really?
Yeah. Yeah. You're missing him by 1 square.
Ooh.
Literally.
Oh my god, he is! He is!
And Phoenix, you get a +5 because you're near Dorian, so that gets you to 21.
Solomon has gotten so fucking lucky this round.
Holy shit.
7 hit points
Wait.
left.
Why is Felia rolling?
Oh yeah, she doesn't need to this time, because both your animals died on the last one.
Oh.
Gotcha.
So I'll say this. If you rolled a 20 or lower, you take... Let me look up the item real quick.
Dorian, if you get a luck point, you might want to use it, because otherwise you're going to get that double damage again.
No, I'll just use the legendary resistance.
Or that.
At 2.
I can't believe Solomon got as lucky as he did twice in a row.
Dude, that was too close for comfort, man.
Oh yeah, Solomon's getting the hell out of there next time I can get him out of there.
You said 21, right?
If you rolled a 20 or lower, a 21
Okay.
passes.
It passes. Cool. I passed then.
Okay. There it is. So if you rolled a 20 or lower, you take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 79 points of fire damage.
Ooh, that means I get reduced points.
That reduces down to 39, which reduces down to 19. So you take 19.
Not bad.
With the Rain of Judgment, by the way, Gwen passed and she has evasion. So she took no damage from it.
I got 18 points of damage, right? Or 19?
You take 19 points of damage.
19, okay.
Because you pass and have a resistance.
Yep.
So this is 100% fire damage. So for the 79, so add it to your damage accordingly. Gwen still has to make her save, which she does with disadvantage because she's prone. But she has crazy dex saves and evasion, so she dodges that too. Alright, has everybody added their damage?
I have
Yep.
a lovely 28 points of hit points left. Oh, amazing.
But I'll say this. Unless he passes it. Nope. Nope. As this second blast of fire hits the group, you see Archer Fourglade standing there with shoulders huffing, holding his maul at the ready, looking like he's about to charge. And as soon as he takes a footstep in Relicanter's direction, this blast of fire hits him, and he gets set ablaze and falls on the ground unconscious. You hear Rill scream out, "No! Archer!" as he looks like he's about to charge in a fit of rage. As Relicanter looks at the rest of you and says, "You have shown true avarice this day, and indeed the price that you will pay is severe." And that's going to be the end of his turn. Dorian, you're up.
Oh, sweet. So I'm gonna get right here on him, run right behind him, and I'm gonna go for a full round of attacks, man.
Go for it.
I'm actually going to.
Oh, and also Lakotha's body is disintegrated. He was in that line.
Oh, okay. I'm actually gonna stack a level 1 Thunderous Smite onto this attack.
For it.
Well, no, let's just make it a second level. Second level Thunderous Smite.
Okay.
Yeah, that sounds about good. If you would be so kind to throw that saving throw for me.
Yeah, what kind of save is it?
Oh, that's gonna be a strength saving throw.
It's going to be a strength. Okay. That's a 22.
That does, Oh, wait.
I think your DC's 20 right now.
How do you do it? 10 plus strength plus
8
proficiency?
plus strength plus proficiency. So for you, it is 8 plus 6 plus 7, I believe, right now. No, it's not plus. It's plus your charisma. So it's 8 plus 6 plus 6 for a 20 DC.
Yeah, and he got a 22.
Yeah, 22.
Okay. So Yeah, that would have just knocked him prone again. But yeah, so he's gonna take 2 extra thunder damage, and I'm gonna stack a 3rd level divine smite on this.
Okay.
So here's the damage for the defender. There's the defender damage. Let me grab that thunder smite damage. Oh, it doesn't have the damage on here. Oh. Okay. It just... That's the damage for the thunder smite. It's thunder damage.
Okay, I need to add that.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, Gavin. So, a quick
So-
question.
Hold on, let him
With-
finish his turn, then you can ask me.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You're good.
Go ahead.
So it's gonna be... And this is for the divine smite. And then I'm gonna hit him again.
I've already added the damage for the smite. Oh yeah, that hits.
It's gonna be a this one's gonna be a level 2 divine smite. So this one's just gonna be 6. Oh, not 6, 7. Yeah, and that's gonna end my turn.
Good deal.
Okay, so with the curse of the mutual suffering, say I only have like 20 hit points and he hits me with a move that does like 100, does
The damage
he
that you
still-
inflict back would be the equivalent of your total hit points left.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering. All right, cool.
So I think so.
I'll
look into it
about
while
it.
people are
Okay.
taking their turns. So,
All right.
all right, Shiziki, you're up.
Hmm.
Your turn so soon in combat.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna do anything too crazy here though. So I am 25 feet in the air. I will fly. As I've done this. Da, 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 and get to here, and that will take literally all 120 feet for me to fly over there and get to the ground. And I will use my action to put my hand on the Koth and say, "Here's Jimmy."
There's no body, however, there is a pile of dust. And,
He's- You know, he should be just fire. He got burned, baby. He was already dead before the disintegrate thing went through.
and then it hit his body. I'll still let you do it, though, but there's no body left.
Sure. There's plenty of bodies over there. Pick one.
True.
I will raise Jimmy,
Okay.
and then I will just drop the already prepared Healy Dealy belt on the ground.
Okay.
And then for my bonus action, I will... What am I gonna do? You know what? I'm just gonna cast Banishing Smite, and then I will use my hasted action to get the hell out of dodge. Zoo. That gets me 120 feet to go. We'll say I'll stay 20 feet up in the air, and I can go anywhere on the map as I damn well please. And I'll get about...
I'm just picturing this turn of you just flying over real quick, just muttering some dark shit, raising up a ghost, and then just fucking dipping out.
I mean, that's how I do. Da, 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 and I'll chill right about there. Cool. So, That is action, bonus action, hasted action, and then I need you to drop Jimmy on the table for me, please.
Yep, I'll work on that. Initiative is 17. Where did it leave Jimmy?
Jimmy should be right here.
There we go. There he is. You want me to put him there?
Yeah, that's where I raised him. That's where Lakoth was, I believe.
Won't let me drop him there for some reason. There we go.
Jimmy's going to put on his belt.
Okay.
He's going to come over here to Archer, and let me pull up the list of things that I told you I was going to give Jimmy.
That's going to take his bonus because it's 2 interacts. One to pick it up, and if he's putting it on his waist, then another to put it on his waist.
Sure. And then he will take out a superior healing potion from the Healy Dealy belt,
Okay.
and he's going to give it to Archer.
All right. If you want to roll for that healing.
Sure. I've got that somewhere here.
The superior, so I believe it is. I want to say it's 8d4 plus 8, or is it 4d4? No, it's 8d4 plus 8.
8d4.
I'm pretty sure.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm like 90% sure that's right. Just be rolling it, and if it's wrong, then we'll adjust as necessary.
So he gets 29 points of healing back.
Okay. So
And
Archer
then-
is now up 29 hit points.
He's got 50 feet of movement. He spent 5. So he's going to go right here, 25 feet. And then he's also going to go, let's say, 20 feet in the air.
Good deal.
And I will use my interact to go back to the giant dildo. Actually,
Alright.
you know what? No, you know what? We're gonna do the double-bladed scythe so I can attack on a bonus action.
Yeah, that's it's a good weapon.
So we'll go with the double-bladed scythe.
It's actually called a double-bladed scimitar, but if you want to take the form of a scythe,
No,
by
it's
all
double-bladed
means.
scythe.
So it's like that dude's weapon from Bleach, the guy that throws his weapon all the time.
Sure.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
No, I have no idea.
He has the 2 double-bladed scythes that are attached together by a chain, and
Yeah.
he throws his weapon a lot.
Tell me all about it.
Okay.
I think I do, man, but it's been a minute, so. But yeah, that's it. That's my turn.
He's the one that has like the numbers on his tattooed on his face. We'll talk about it later.
Sure.
All right, Phoenix, you're up. Keep in mind, since
Alright.
you are hasted, you have a movement speed of 60.
Yep. I already count that into effect. Back off a little bit. There we go. Alright, we're going full round of attack. Alright, let's hit
And
him.
because you're flanking, you have advantage. Remember that.
Yep. I'm going to you know what? Let's do the classic Eldritch Burst and infused into my sword.
Eldritch Blast, go for it. All right, roll an attack with advantage. Yeah, that hits.
Okay. Cool. Well, there's the damage. Hold on, I can roll it on the other can't do one. And then he takes that the fire damage. Oh wow, okay, 1. Let's go. see. How many D10s is it for Eldritch Blast? 4?
Yes, it's 4d10.
4 D10s. Right.
$26. All right.
And then,
Still have your bonus.
well, don't I still have my hasted action too?
You do. Yes.
Okay. Let's see what I want to do. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna cast Vampiric Touch on him.
Or are you doing that?
Do what?
How are you doing that?
Just like I'm not. Wait.
No, I
how-
mean like with what? Because
Oh,
that's
I can. I have to
Vampiric
do
touch
it.
takes an action,
Yeah.
and you can't use your hasted action to
Oh.
do it.
Okay.
Yeah, for hasted
No, no,
actions in the
no.
game, it gives a specific list of things that you can do with it, and casting a spell is not one of them. You can
Okay.
dash, dodge, disengage. You can make a single weapon attack or use an item.
Oh, okay. That's one thing I did not know. All right, even. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a weapon attack for my. Yeah. Yeah.
You said you're gonna heal up. Is that what you said?
No, I said weapon attack.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. So you can do that as either your bonus or your hasted, or both.
What's the benefits of doing it both?
2 attacks instead of just 1
Oh.
extra.
Oh, so I can attack twice with my sword.
You can attack with your bonus action with your offhand, and then do another main hand attack or offhand attack, whichever one you want, as your hasted.
Okay, bet. Alright. That's gonna be that. Yeah, that's an 8.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright, and then he takes that much of that damage. That much of crimson fire damage. And then I'm gonna hit him with another attack. Ooh, so I'm gonna put advantage on that. Boom. Probably misses.
Yeah, that's gonna miss.
Yeah, it's gonna miss. Alright, that's my turn.
All right, he's gonna use one of his legendary actions. I believe this is the first one he's taken since he had a turn again. He's gonna use one of his legendary actions. He's gonna try to attack you.
Okay.
Don't have to sound so excited about it.
Okay. Is he? I don't know what he's gonna do, but alright.
Oh, that misses.
Nice.
All right,
Good.
moving
Hey.
on to Gwen's turn. So she has to use half her movement to stand. I don't think it's a rogue thing to be able to use 5 feet. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not. So, she only has 15 feet of movement. So she's just gonna move herself straight up here. And, yeah, for the first time, she's gonna use her bow this fight. So let me see if she has any abilities prepared that she can smite with on a ranged attack. Yes, she does. So she's gonna use her bonus action to cast Branding Smite. And she's coming in with an attack. She has advantage because of Vow of Enmity as she pulls out this almost druidic looking, gnarled looking purple bow and knocks an arrow and lets it fly. Oh, that misses. She's doing it again. a hit. So he's taken this damage as the arrow hits him square in the chest as he sort of jumps out of the way just in time to avoid narrowly getting hit in the head. Taking sneak attack. What exactly does this bow do? It takes a critical to do anything. Okay, and then she's hitting him with the branding smite. Okay, I'll just roll that by hand. It takes an additional 8 points. And that's going to be the end of her turn. Moving on. We're on to Philia. You're up.
Oof.
Okay.
5. What? No. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Boop. And then I will cast at 9th level my slot I've got on that level. Hit the button. There we go. Hold person.
Hold person. Okay.
Yeah.
So casting at a higher level, what does that do? Because I think some of them cast at higher
Stand by, I
level,
have
just make it where it affects additional targets, and in this instance, there's only one target. Just trying to save you a higher level spell slot if you don't need it.
Don't find it.
Yeah,
Here it
you
is.
don't need
Okay.
it past. You don't need it past level 2 for hold person,
I don't think I. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. All right.
unless you want to hold Aaron and Genzo too, and almost everybody
F
else.
those
in the map.
guys.
So
No, it's yeah.
I could be a
Alright.
dick of a DM here and just let you do it and say it fails, but I'm going to help you out.
He's not
Hold
a person,
person.
he's a celestial, so you need to do hold monster.
Yeah, a whole
Womp.
person says choose a
Womp.
humanoid.
Womp. Well, then I automatically failed.
No, I'm letting you do something else. Some
But
DMs would have been
why?
like,
I'm
okay,
pretty
yeah,
dedicated
he's
to
not
my-
he's not a humanoid, so it fails. But I'm telling you that it wouldn't work. If you want to do something else, you can.
I'm pretty dedicated to my foo bars.
Okay, if you want to just live with it.
I'm dedicated to my foo bars. If I say it, then it is, and I guess canon.
Okay, then it fails because he doesn't count as a humanoid.
Yep. It is what it is.
At least she's a good sport about it.
Yeah, yeah.
I will learn from my mistakes. Maybe, kinda. I will probably forget all of my mistakes and do it again later.
But yeah, that one would take a hold monster. Hold monster can be used on any type of
Yeah.
creature, regardless of their creature type.
It's a bit of a womp.
Just remember, the operative word of hold person is hold person. So,
The parcel. Whoopsies. Alright, so I have a bonus action apparently.
yeah,
I don't-
you do. What you gonna do with that bonus? Like, what are you gonna do, girl?
Girl. I don't know. Like, I should do. Can I use my sorcery points?
You can, if you would want to.
Totes grad.
You
I-
could, like, use one of your cantrips as your bonus if you want.
I was gonna like use my sorcery points to bring out the puffers or correction, Bigby, if that's like a thing.
Yeah, if you have the sorcery points and you
Alright,
can,
that's a
like,
long.
totally
The
do
jokes run
that.
long enough.
Yeah, you're
Dying.
right.
I'm about to kill
Yeah.
the recording.
I'm just
Yeah, I've
about
got
to shoot myself.
I've
It's
got-
okay.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
got
you
7
can
left,
do
and I
that.
need
You,
6.
if you stack the 6 sorcery points, you can get Bigby back.
I do. I do.
Gotcha,
I have
Bigby
7
back.
left, so I would like to have Bigby left.
Bigby. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, I'll work on getting him out there. Just draw
Fantastic.
a circle where you want him.
Oh, the edits have changed. Oh, no, there they are. Shh. Right there.
Okay. Alright, it'll be done. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna sink, inevitably, because I'm gonna die otherwise.
You can, since you brought Bigby out, you can attack with him if you would like to.
Go. Standard bite attack. Off.
Standard bite.
Noms.
We've been giving Bigby multi-attack, right?
Yeah, and he also has pack tactics, so he still gets to attack with advantage.
That's right. So let me re-roll that one. And I'll do the next one with advantage. But that doesn't hit. Next one with
I was
advantage,
like,
though.
Das pointless. Womps.
That doesn't hit.
Yeah. That's cool. Alright, I sink 5 feet below.
Okay. End of your turn?
10-4. Yep.
Alright, you don't have your hound anymore, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So at the end of your turn, Relicanter, again, seeing an opportunity. Caw-caw! The bosses want to win. He's gonna use another one of his legendary actions to go at you, Phoenix, because he sees you as being the most weakened one.
Great! So wonderful. And he misses like
I
a bitch.
can't roll for shit. So, for the time being, you are still safe.
I just want to flick them off.
As he swings at you with this fiery sword again, and you bask in its heat. All right. Archer, he's going to use half his movement to stand back up. Go 5, 10, and 15. And much to your dismay, someone without sharpshooter, he's going to attempt to throw a javelin at Relicanter while he's surrounded by other people.
I swear if he stabs me in the back, I'm killing him. I legit have 47 hit points left.
Is it even that much?
I think it is.
Okay.
Solomon has 1. Don't even stop.
Well, Solomon's not a human. Solomon's not a main
Solomon-
player. You can rebuild that one.
Do not tell Aaron that. Do not tell Aaron that he is not. Aaron will put a bullet in you.
Aaron can rebuild that little fucker. Can he rebuild me? No, he can't. Maybe, but I won't be the same.
It won't matter to you. He doesn't care about you.
Of course he doesn't.
You're not his best friend.
Alright, but Archer missed. He's going to try one more time. Actually, no, he has... Oh, but he only has 1 javelin left. As he grabs his last javelin and goes in for another attack. And literally got the... No, it wasn't the same roll, but that's still a miss. As he throws his last javelin. He could do a third attack, but he's out of javelins and he's not within range. You know what? Fuck it. He's going to do an improvised weapon attack. As he grabs his maul and just shouts out, "Argh!" Just throws this giant maul at him. And that's a natural 2. Lucky it wasn't a 1, as you hear it whoosh over your head, Phoenix, as you duck just out of the way as this giant maul goes flying over your head and lands right in front of the statue, or the fountain to your north.
I'm just gonna tell him, watch where you fucking throw those goddamn things. Like, goddamn.
And he's going to use his third legendary action because he really wants to try to finish you off because you're weakened, and that's what you do.
I hope he misses. I
have to roll above a 10.
You have to roll
So-
into the 10. That'd be A.
That hits.
Hit. Alrighty then. Am I allowed to use my reaction?
What's your reaction?
I
Depends.
was gonna hit him. Well, hold on 1 second. Let me see. Any action can take me.
Hellish Rebuke, is that what you're thinking?
I was thinking about that, yeah.
You can.
Alright, bet. Yeah, I'm gonna use Hellish Rebuke. Just,
Go for it. I'll let you do
Yeah.
that before I roll damage.
okay, I have to roll to hit him.
Spell attack. Spell attack roll. It is 8 plus 6 plus 5 for you. Oh no, that's different. You just add your proficiency and your intelligence. So you add 11. Roll a d20 and add 11 to it. I'll tell you if you hit.
D20. 11. Boom. Oh, well, that's not
that-
gonna hit.
That misses.
I don't get
see-
advantage?
That's a good question. No, I don't. But yeah, you would, because you're within 5 feet of him.
Bet. That's gonna be different.
24,
Oh.
that hits.
Yeah! Let's go.
So, it is I believe it's a 3rd level Hellish Rebuke for you.
You.
So let me look at your actions.
High level.
Hellish Rebuke. When cast at 3rd level, Hellish Rebuke does 4d10 fire damage. So roll 4d10.
1, 2, 3, and there.
26 points of fire.
Points of fire.
I will say this. At this point, Relicanter looks visibly weakened. He doesn't look like he's swirling the drain, but he looks hurt and pretty bad. You see
Great, he
that
has another 500 hit points.
you see that he
Got it,
has
Gavin.
a lot of open wounds that are visibly seeping blood. You see that there is this like white lightning that's attempting to close the wounds, but they're just not closing. And from each of these wounds, you can almost see like a beam of light sort of shining out of every wound that he's sustained during this fight, as he's currently sort of glowing like a firefly at this point.
Good, Gavin, good. Because at this point it's Rill's turn, which means my turn's coming up next.
He hasn't rolled damage on Phoenix yet.
Yeah,
So
I still gotta die first, and then be reborn. Okay.
He hits you with this sword, square, like center mass. And I rolled a 6. As he hits you hard, as your vision starts darkening, as you find yourself soaring through the air as you get knocked back 30 feet.
30 feet? What?
He hit you that hard. It's 5 times whatever I roll on a d6. And I rolled a 6. As you get knocked back 30 feet, and by the time you hit the ground, everything goes black, to where you don't even recall hitting the ground.
How much damage did he do to me?
It was...
Just enough.
See, I'm looking on what you resisted. I think he did like 50... Yeah, he did 56 points of damage to you.
That's more than what I have. That would technically kill me.
No, if you get reduced to 0 hit points, you go unconscious.
Unconscious.
Yes. On each of your turns, you make a death saving throw until you make
Wouldn't my
3
armor-
successes or 3 failures.
Would my armor bring me back up?
Has it activated yet in the last 24 hours?
No. The last
it
time
would.
it activated was the last time we fought Relicanter.
Then, yes, it would.
So
it
would it
would
hit me
activate.
before it knocked me back?
You would still get knocked back, but at the time of impact, with you standing right in front of him, it would activate.
That means he gets. Well, he has to make a saving throw.
And it's a dex save, right?
I think so. Yeah. Hold on. Let me look at the inventory.
If I remember correctly, it was a dex save.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a deck save for you, asshole. I'm like just like giving us deck saves out the ass.
So he rolled a natural 4. At
He's
this point, since it's being cut so close, he is going to use his second legendary resistance.
Of
I know
course he
it's
is.
a small amount of damage, but well,
So everybody in 10 feet. All enemies in 10 feet. So that doesn't count.
it wouldn't count for everybody else. If it says enemies, then it is hostile targets towards you.
So he pretty much just resisted it and said "fuck you."
And I am back up to 5 HP.
Yep, you are back up.
Come on, heck yeah, go Nick, go Nick.
Oh, I got 5 HP.
Yes,
What
he
the fuck
said.
to do with
I'm
that?
excited. I'm waiting for Aaron's turn. Like I got a plan.
As he says, "What a meddlesome little trinket." And it is now Genzo's turn. Genzo is way too close for comfort. So
come on, Gizzo, come back to me. Let's go.
he's going to go 5 feet over here, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. He can move 35 feet because he's a wood elf. He's going to put himself right here. Going to aim right between Bigby's legs and get some shots off at Relicanter. First, he's going to use his bonus action to try to unjam his gun. That's
Oh,
a
I
natural
forgot about
18, and that'll do it. Alright, he's coming at him with Long Death. Genzo missed.
Hey, Gavin, I have a question.
What's up?
Can I switch, even though I'm in ethereal form, can I switch weapons?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
Hey, isn't it every time Genzo miss, his gun actually jams?
No, it's not every time. It's just worked out that way so far. He just has such a high hit bonus that typically there's a narrow margin where he would miss and not... Like, if he rolls like a 4 or a 5, it's a miss without jamming his gun.
Oh, okay.
So, and he rolled a natural 5. So, it misses. Genzo looking quite distressed. He goes, "Son of a bitch made me miss," as he readies his rifle again and takes another shot. And that hits. That's a good point. I have 2 more beers here. I need to open another one. So rolling his damage. And he needs to roll a critical hit so we can get some grit back. Alright, that's going to be the end of his turn.
Did he
Tell
get
me.
a
I have no
sneak
more
attack
grit
in there?
left.
He doesn't have advantage on the shot.
It doesn't matter. He's still within 5 feet of Dorian and Bigby.
You're right. Yes, he does get a sneak attack. His whopping extra 2d6, because he only has, well, not very many levels in Rogue. I think he only has like 3 levels in Rogue. There we go. And now it's Ril's turn. So, again, Ril's going to try to hide. And he does. He has advantage on this next strike. As he is going to attack him with his hand crossbow. That hits. Roll the hand crossbow damage. And his sneak attack. He's going to get himself a little bit further away, just because he can. And he's going to put himself right there. And that's going to be the end of his turn. And Solomon. What is Solomon going to do? Oh, well, it's your turn and Solomon's turn, so...
Yeah, well, Solomon can go first because all Solomon's gonna do is do action, bonus action, everything, fucking move the fuck goddamn away as far as he fucking can.
So he's going to use his full movement and then action dash.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's going like fucking fuck you, fuck this.
So
fuck
he can get
that.
100. He can move 120 feet.
Yeah, like he's gonna go kind of like he's gonna go high like way over here.
Is that within 120 feet?
It's probably less than that.
Okay. I believe this is where you were standing.
So for me to switch my guns, is it an interact?
It is an interact. It's technically a bonus. It's an interact to put one of your guns away, and another interact for you to draw the other. Since you have dual wielder as one of those interacts, you can doff both of your handguns. But it's going to take your bonus to swap.
Alright, good thing I have a hasted action. Because otherwise this would not work. So, I'm going to put my... Well, technically, even though they're attached to my hands, I'm switching
Mentally
out.
think about them detaching, and they revert back, and it reverts back to its normal.
Good, because I'm pulling out my fucking rifle.
And when you do this, as you grab this rifle, the rifle disappears before it reappears in a different form as a cannon attached to your right arm. As it lifts off of your arm, well, it attaches to your forearm and goes up the entirety of your arm as this, like, scouter, like, scope-looking thing then protrudes out from it and puts itself right in front of your eye.
Good.
As your vision is now seeing directly down the barrel of your rifle.
Good. So, I am going to use, because it has a full set of charges, and that's the reason why I did this.
You don't get your charges back whenever you swap weapons. It's still based on the same gear.
Are you kidding me? That's why I changed it.
Womp.
It's the charges are attached to
then.
the gear.
Can I say I don't change it then?
Yeah, you can say you would know that and don't change it.
Okay, then I'm going to use my bonus action to use a 3rd level spell slot to get all of my
okay.
charges back.
Okay.
And I'm going to go in for a whopping 3 rounds of attack.
Go for it.
Alright, Relicancer.
Now make sure you roll the rifle instead of the repeater.
No, I rolled a repeater instead of the rifle.
If you were doing it the last way that you did last few times, then
Yeah.
that's how it would go.
Yeah, well, we're rolling this.
Alright.
Son of a bitch!
Dude, you have not... The dice gods have not been in your favor tonight.
God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna hope.
What's your misfire on that?
That's a biggie.
Hold on. Misfire of 2.
Woohoo!
Repeater of the no, not the repeater. It's the rail rifle.
No, it's the repeater because I'm using 2
Oh,
guns.
that's right. Okay.
It's 2.
Oh, then you narrowly missed the misfire. But
Yeah,
okay.
I know.
That's just a miss.
Alright, so let's try this again.
There you go. Still not
Yeah.
great, but it's enough.
Yeah, well, he's gonna get this. And then he's going to get this. 20! Hell yeah!
Nice.
Exact copy
Okay.
of myself. Oh, I'm so happy about that one. Oh. Alright. So, 10 charges of my arm.
Those are your last ones, because you've done this before.
I know. 10 charges of my arm.
Okay.
Fuck! I missed
Oh.
1 fucking point, too. God damn it.
As when you
Don't
do
have-
this, your arm, this sort of magical technological lines that were lining your arm with these like blue wires that were glowing, you hear it go doom, and your arm drops to your side, no longer able to move it.
Yep, I know. Alright, well, okay, cool. That's done. So, now it's time for my fucking lovely thing to go
Your
and-
simulacrum.
Yep, my simulacrum.
So
Ivory.
Yep, he can use those weapons.
Oh, with a nat 20.
Oh, there you go.
That's what I wanted. Jesus.
Alright, roll damage.
I thought I just okay.
This is with Ivory.
Yep. And then second shot with Ivory, which is a miss, and then a shot with Ebony. That's it.
I'll say this. Relicanter looks...
Oh wait, hold on.
At this point, he looks like he's swirling the drain. He's having a hard time staying on his feet. And he just says, "Your ancestors will live to see the day that they despise your legacy. All of their problems will be because of you, and they will lose their world because of you. Before I die, I will show you this future."
And you will die. I really wish I actually would have misfired, Gavin, because of what I rolled. With the next time you misfire within the next 24 hours, you can re-roll the attack.
Oh yeah.
I really wish I would have misfired.
It's like the only time you'd ever say that.
Right?
And I'll say this, at this point, his form has started to glow, where these waves of holy light are pouring out of his body. His entire body is illuminated with this divine energy. Something else you see too is this sort of like oval-shaped portion of his chest has started to appear sort of transparent. As you see this, I don't even know how to describe this shape. The same shape as a D8, basically, like this. Yeah, this sort of double pyramid-shaped prism. There you go. This prism inside of his chest that's full of this white light energy that started to pulse, almost like a heartbeat.
Close to I gotta get to him.
Anybody with proficiency in religion would know that what you were seeing is a divine spark about to go critical.
Come on. Okay. My simulacrum can get to him,
Okay.
and it still has an interact with object. Can it reach inside its chest and
No,
pull
you
it out?
You don't have to roll, Ophelia. You can already you would know it if you're proficient.
I know.
Um,
I just wanted
it's
to,
my-
and it
I
still
don't know.
You can try. You can try
Okay.
if you would like to do that.
My
According to
simulacrum
that
is going
roll.
to.
Ophelia definitely doesn't know what that is.
My
She would
simulacrum,
know.
because it's not
They're
really
like,
me. My,
I don't know what the fuck's going on.
my simulacrum
Wrong
is going
religion.
to get to him and interact with object and try to pull it out of his chest.
Yeah, make a strength check using your stats.
Yep, I know. I don't have the best strength, but we're gonna try this anyways. Come on, D20. 14.
See, he reaches to try to pull it out, but your simulacrum realizes that just because it's transparent doesn't mean there isn't still solid matter there.
Okay,
As
but
he
it's
attempts
just
to-
like me though. It phases through bodies. I'm in my ethereal form. It phases through bodies. It could phase through it and grab it. I phase
Yeah,
through.
but
I can
with
phase
that-
through a body.
with that strength check, I mean, it would be like saying I'm going to walk up to this guy and try to phase through his body and pull out his heart. You know, I mean, it just doesn't work that way.
all right, then I guess my simulacrum is just there inside his body. It's not pulling it out, but he's not letting go.
He's there. But-
My simulacrum's not gonna let go.
Okay.
I have to keep rolling strength checks. He's just not gonna let go.
All right. Is that the end of your turn?
Yep.
Velastrios, you're up.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Actually,
cast I
before you
Win.
take your turn, he's going to use his last legendary action, just in
Mhm.
one little fit of desperation. He's going to make a melee attack against Dorian.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
Does he get disadvantage since my simulacrum's right there inside him?
No.
Oh, okay.
Does that hit? Is there any special stuff you're gonna try to do?
No, his base AC is 26 now.
Okay. So he's gonna hit you with.
But you know what, dude? I'm sorry, man. I'm gonna have to throw this luck point out. Oh, well, never mind. Yeah, he hits.
That's right. You decided that we figured out. Well, you informed me correctly that you roll their new attack roll. That's right.
Yeah, it's alright. Yeah, he hits.
All right. However,
61 damage.
you do take 17 less than that, so it's 44. So give yourself 44 hit points back, or not 44. 17 hit points back.
17 hit points.
Yeah. So you take 44 points of damage from that, not 61.
Oh wait, hold
And
on.
he's gonna.
Yeah, go ahead. Wait.
And he's gonna use his last God Smite.
Okay.
So give yourself a 17 back, because that's halved. But I do need you to make a strength saving throw.
Dude, that literally puts me right back where I was when you hit me the first time. A strength saving throw?
Yep, strength saving throw.
Okay. That's a 25.
That passes. So you are not knocked back and you do not land prone. As he hits you square against the gut and you feel yourself start to lift off the ground, but you stay yourself and manage to stay planted. As you now see this like pulsing, swirling, radiant energy that is encompassing his entire body. And now Velastrios, you may go.
So, Gavin, DM, does he have, hold on. What is it, 150 or 100? Yeah, does he have less than 100 hit points?
Is there anything that would tell you that?
Yeah, power word kill.
So you're gonna use power word kill. The reason I'm saying that is I'm not just gonna tell you how much he has left. You're gonna use it and I'm gonna tell you whether it fails or not.
Okay. Yeah, so
That's what you're doing?
Velasquez will shout, You keep saying ancestors. I think you mean descendants. And this type of grammatical error is baffling. You should die.
And you say the magic word?
Yep. Once I say die, that's it.
Immediately when this energy hits him, it hits him center mass, and you see him drop to the ground motionless. How do you want to do this? If there's even any way you can with power word kill.
I literally want it to be the most anticlimactic thing. Like, he just heard that he's been saying ancestors when he probably meant descendants instead, and now I want just the most anticlimactic ending. Like, he just, oh shit. No.
However, when he drops to the ground lifeless, this energy doesn't stop swirling, and in his last dying breath, in just a scream that echoes and shakes the ground and the walls in this chamber, it just as the next thing all of you see is light. As it fills this chamber, it's blinding.
So,
I
real
remember my
quick-
simulacrum is still holding on to this spark.
At this point, if you are within 60 feet of Relicanter, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
So,
Great.
real quick, Gavin, two things. One, Shaz has a reaction that he can use that he's gonna use, but yeah, Dorian also has his reaction that he can use to grab their souls. Could I use that reaction to, instead of grab the soul, grab the divine spark and because Dorian still has the other divine piece. Could I could I grab it and try to like meld it with the big, divine thing?
You want to try to absorb his spark to try to stop it going critical.
Yeah, I want to. Dorian wants to try and grab the spark and I don't know, just make it so it
what I was
doesn't
trying to
explode.
do with my simulacrum, but okay.
Well, if the simulacrum is phasing, it can't grab things. So that's you can't grab
It
something
phased
if
its
you're
hand in
phasing.
and grabbed. Like,
Yeah,
it phased it and became
you
solid.
can't-
It's already sort of phasing to get in there in the first
Yeah,
place.
you can't phase and grab something. You either phase or you don't phase.
Gotcha.
And then, so I don't know. I'll make the dexterity check. It's a dexterity check, right?
Here's what I want you to do. You, in an attempt to do this, you pull the spark out of your bag as quickly as you can, right as the singularity occurs, and you see this flash right in front of you. You focus all of your holy power in an attempt to absorb this energy into the spark that you have. Make a spellcasting ability check.
I don't think I've ever done that with Dorian, but
This is a special circumstance.
I'm gonna use my last luck point. So it's a 16.
What do you get on top of that?
6, and then I get proficiency, right? Or no?
No.
So that's 22.
I'll say this. It wasn't. It's not what I was looking for, because this was sort of a shot in the dark anyway, sort of. But I'll say this: you lessen the amount of power that occurs as a result of the singularity.
So, okay.
So you absorb some of this into your body, but if you rolled a 21 or lower, then you take 66 points of radiant damage. This is only if you're within 60 feet of Relicanter. If you're not within 60 feet, it doesn't matter.
So do I still need to roll a dex save or no? What's that?
Anybody that is within 60 feet of Relicanter.
So it gets reduced to 33 because we're all resistant to radiant.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm knocked out. It doesn't matter. I'm knocked out.
So you take 33 points of damage.
So, do we take anything on a save?
You take half of that on a save. So if you saved, then you take
16.
16 points of damage.
So, does Aaron take damage because of his simulacrum or no?
The simulacrum would take the damage, but
Okay, I'm not worried about it.
again, if you're not within 60 feet of him, don't worry about it.
Alright, I
Only
ain't
if
worried
you're
about it.
within 60 feet do you need to make a dexterity saving throw.
Well, so simulacrums only have half of the hit point of the original creature, so whatever Aaron's hit points are is halved.
I think he'd still be fine.
I have 196 hit points. I think I'll be okay.
Yeah, then he's good.
You know, I'm just going to go ahead and draw this circle just to make it easier. If you're in this, make a save. Make a saving throw.
I think.
Not happening.
Yeah, I think everyone did.
Other than Aaron.
Aaron doesn't have to make one because he's not within that circle.
Yeah,
let,
only
me,
the Solomon.
Right.
let me make one for the Arcanobot, who has a dex of 11, so he's not
And I already
into
made this. I already made the save for my simulacrum. I got a 28.
Yeah, okay. So the Arcanobot is naturally resistant to radiant damage, so he still only takes 33 points.
What about Biggs? 9.
Yeah.
Actually, 10 because it's a +6 for charisma.
Is it?
I think he passes.
rolled a 21 or God, I rolled a 36 on Gwen's dexterity saving throw. So again, mid-max builds, she gets a huge bonus to her dex saves just because she's a really high level in rogue, and also she has that aura that paladins get that adds a +5 to it.
But that they don't give it to themselves.
They don't?
No, they do not. Like, I've never added my own modifier doubled on top of any of my saves.
Okay,
Paladins
well,
don't add it to themselves.
There hasn't been anything close enough that it would have mattered for her this fight. So, okay, that's a 31 instead of 36. She still passes. All right, and as this light fills the room, even those of you who haven't been damaged, suddenly appears as though you are not in this room. It's time for a music change.
Well, your boy can't see this because I'm knocked out, so
Hey, Gavin.
someone's gonna have to.
I can successfully say that this is the first time that Aaron has not taken a single bit of damage. I still have my temporary hit points.
You didn't take any? Wow.
I didn't take a dime of fucking damage.
You kept yourself out of the way.
Relicanter successfully knocked one person out.
So,
Dude, he obliterated a bunch of people.
hold on. I'm just gonna say this.
Well, I'm talking about the group.
Hey, hang on. So, I don't know how this works with all this, but Jimmy is outside of this thing. I don't know if he gets affected by it, if we're on illusion. But first thing Jimmy would do is go and do his healing thing, and he's gonna give Phoenix a potion.
Bad.
So if that, just saying, that's the first thing it would do. After that, I don't know how you want that to play out, but that's
I
the
got
goal.
you, but he hasn't had the chance yet.
I got
And
you.
even
I'm just
though
saying. First
even
chance.
though you're unconscious, Phoenix,
Yeah.
it's for you. It almost appears like a dreamlike state, but that's the only
Okay.
difference for you as opposed to everybody else, because you still see all this. As
Alright,
you
cool.
see yourself in a white swirling void.
Gavin, I got
And-
an alibi.
What's that?
I just googled it, and Jeremy Crawford says that the aura of protection applies to the paladin himself as well,
I thought so.
or their self as well. So does that mean I need to add a +6 to all of my saving throws now?
What does it add? Your proficiency bonus, or what does it add? I thought it was
it
a
adds
solid
your-
+5.
It adds your charisma modifier. My charisma modifier is 6.
Yes, then.
How is
Whatever your
Oh
charisma
my
modifier is.
God.
How's your charisma modifier 6? At 20, it should be
Because-
just 5.
When he goes into his transformation, all
I
of
get
his
a +2.
attributes go up by 2.
Ah, gotcha. Never mind then.
So,
Oh, this is... I should have been doing
just
this.
like-
I've never done this before. I've
see,
never
I could have
added...
swore you were wrong when you said that.
I've...
He's
well,
just like,
'cause-
I could have had a +5 this entire time.
For the whole
Yeah.
fucking campaign.
Yeah. Well,
For like
okay,
the
never
last
mind.
2 years, he
You
could have
know
been
what?
doing this.
You know what?
No.
Everybody, you know what? I literally killed a demigod for his misuse of grammar. Okay, I don't want to hear it.
As so, in this swirling void, you see standing before you, Relicanter is standing before you. As he looks at the rest of you and says, "Your descendants will rue this day." He
So now you wish to
almost
use
has
the correct phrase.
He's almost slouched before you. That was the DM using the incorrect phrase. Pretend he was using the right one. Anyway. He says, "I told you that I would show you the future that you have created. And I am burning the last bit of energy of my spark to do so. Maybe one day I will be reincarnated. But it will be on a different world, because this one will be no more."
Can I dispel magic and just end this?
No.
Never mind. I'm just messing. Go ahead. Sorry.
You can reply if you
No,
would
no,
like.
no.
But
Sure, but go ahead. Keep. I'm sorry. Didn't want to interrupt anymore.
he says, "Behold, the future you have created." As you see this sort of magical portal start swirling in front of all of you, this bluish white energy creates almost what looks like a mirror in front of it. As you see what appears to be this room. The floor and the walls are solid metal. You see a dwarven individual in a suit of armor. But this suit of armor isn't like anything you've ever seen before. For one, he's much larger in stature than you would expect any dwarf to be. Almost disproportionate to the rest of his body that you can see, which is just his head. But on this suit of armor, you see these sort of glowing, like, bluish lights that line the arms, and you see what appears to be on the desk this axe. But it's not like any axe you've ever seen before, as the blades on both sides of this double-sided axe have sort of almost a magical glow to it. Like they're a solid, like, blue, as if the blades of this axe are made of light themselves. You see through this large window in the wall, which is pretty much takes up the entirety of the wall, of these large flying machines, almost like the blimps that you have in modern day, but much larger, discharging these sorts of weaponized blasts that again appear to just look like light. As you see that these attacks are being fired at what appears to be these, like, spectral, glowing, completely transparent, squid-like beings that are flying through the air. But upon closer look, each one of these appears to have what appears to be thousands of different humanoids, all with glowing purple eyes, that almost like a construct, just the entirety of them with this are using their combined abilities to make these giant spectral constructs. And you hear
Aaron having his knowledge of tinkering and all that shit, does he understand what the stuff is?
what I'm describing to you is basically a futuristic scene. These are giant spaceships that you are seeing.
Aaron just smiles.
What this
widely.
dwarf is wearing looks like a sort of power armor. And
Aaron
Aaron
just smiles from fucking ear to
Dude,
fucking
can you
ear.
let him finish, bro? Like, bro.
and you hear a knock on the door. And this dwarven figure says, "Aye, enter, Colonel Black." He says, "If I could have a word, my general." "Yes, speak your mind." "General Stormbringer, we have held our ground long enough. Every day the psionics kill more of your people. The continent of Wel'Kalas has already fallen. Millions of the citizens of Alaroth have already died. Sir, it's time we evacuate the planet. We have lost. We may lose our world, but we can still save its people." "We will do no such thing, Colonel Black. Rally what's left of the United Vector Army. I want 100,000 troops each deployed to sectors B, E, and M. Fortify our defenses. I want 10,000 power armors each deployed to these sectors as well. See that it is done." "So, with all due respect, see that it is done, Colonel. There is nothing else left to say." And then, in a snap, this person shouts back, "You condemn these people to die, Gardain!" "I am general to you, Peleus, and it would be wise for you to mind your tongue." "No, I will not! Your arrogance is going to be the death of us all, and our greatest enemy is your pride. You dare mock my pride as a dwarf? I am a Stormbringer. My ancestors fought to save this land from certain oblivion, and you would just abandon it? Yours did too. If we abandon this world, our efforts were for nothing." You see this individual that he's been speaking to, which is an elven-looking individual, but not like any elf you've ever seen. He has sort of a scaly appearance that you can see on his fingertips and across part of his face. Almost draconic in appearance, but elven as well. And you see him reach down and he draws a sword. And when the sword leaves the hilt, you see this red blade erupt from this sword. "There is wisdom in fleeing so that you may live to fight another day, General Stormbringer." The dwarf's voice becomes more quiet and he says, "Put your sword away, boy, or you just might not live to see that day. You are hereby relieved of your rank and discharged from the UVA. Get out of my sight. I am Peleus Black. My ancestor fought alongside yours to save this world, to save the people of this world. And I will not abandon them. I will do what I must. As he flips a lever on this sword and the blade disappears, and he hangs it back on his belt and walks out of the room. After a few moments, after he leaves the room, you see another individual. He says, "You can show yourself, Vizier." The dwarf says this. And almost like he was already there, you see this invisible figure fade into appearance. This individual, again, is not of a race that you've seen before. He's sort of a tall, lanky, gray-skinned elf. Sort of like... He's about 7.5 feet tall, and the upper portion of his head almost has a bulbous appearance. This individual has long, white hair. He says, "Well, that was indeed dramatic, sir. You know what to do, Vizier. Follow him. Make sure he doesn't do anything stupid. And if he does, do what you have to." "Indeed, sir. And, by the way, it is my solemn pleasure to pledge the allegiance of the Vold Collectorate to your service. I believe you made the right call, General. It's too early to give up on this world yet. We will speak at a later time, Vizier." And you find yourself standing back in the throne room with a charred body of Relicanter. And as soon as you fade back, you notice this prism that was in his chest roll down the side of his torso and land on the ground. As you notice this little bit of energy flow from it, which Shiziki promptly captures.
Gimme!
I just want to say that my charisma saving throw is 18.
Aaron's going to kind of hover back down to the ground, planting his boots firmly.
Okay.
Is there any sign of energy coming from this crystal that rolled down?
Not anymore.
What is the reaction when I hold the crystal close to the orb that we have?
Close to the one you already have.
Yeah.
It's sort of it's almost identical to the one you have, whereas the one you have is sort of in size would go from about the middle of your forearm to the tips of your fingers. This one can fit in the palm of your hand. So it's much smaller in scale. But there's not any real reaction. You notice if you hold it there long enough, some of the power starts flowing from one to the other. But that's really the only reaction that you notice.
Phoenix, you come back with 32 hit points.
Okay.
And you wake up feeling like you just had the strangest dream.
Oh, yeah. Hey, how does the other dude look? Our core. Dorian would run over to him. How is he looking?
Yeah, he's unconscious.
Oh, well, lay of hands. 20
Okay.
points.
All right. Everybody that's in everybody. So, and you would have seen everybody that from the sins standing next to you while you were standing in this void, but nobody else. Nobody else in the room was there. It was just the sins that were standing in this void.
Did Solomon see what happened?
I'd say Solomon probably would have been there too.
Cool. Aaron's gonna walk to Solomon and just look at him and go, "Do you think we made the right choice?"
I think we made the right choice for the time being, sir. I think we made the only choice we could.
You do realize that was my great-great-great-grandson or whatever he is, however long this is gonna take, that he used technology and used what I do to go against Brotherland that I would never go against.
I think your descendant did the same thing that you have always done, what he believed to be right.
I agree.
So, just out of curiosity, what is left of Relicanter's body? You said it's just a...
A charred corpse,
Okay.
with his eyes appearing to have been burned out of his socket.
Really?
Out of their
I wanted his
socket.
eyeballs, man. What about his tongue? Is his tongue still intact?
I mean, it's sort of charred, but yeah.
I would like to remove his tongue.
For it.
What do I need to do with that?
I'll have you make a dexterity check here.
Okay. I don't know if I'm still hasted, so if I get advantage on that or whatever. Here, that's over.
This is just gonna be a straight roll.
Straight roll.
This is to cut somebody's tongue out. Yeah.
We're gonna use that last luck point to redo this
Okay.
one.
Okay, so you managed to get it's a decent cut. You saved yourself from like cutting it in two right down the middle and out of his mouth.
I will put that in my bag of holding, and I will have Relicanter's tongue.
Gross.
So the rest of you would hear Solomon speak up and say, "Did the rest of you see that as well?" And by the way, when you come back, it appears as like no time has passed. It wasn't even a whole second for that vision to take place, but for you guys, it felt like minutes.
I'm gonna vomit with the sight of seeing that, which would answer his question.
Yes, Solomon, I think we all saw it. Aaron just now has this way about him where his entire persona has just changed. Like, everything about Aaron has just went bleak.
Well,
so at this point, he's just walking through the battlefield and just literally casting spells on anything that's a body that it was on our side to try to get them back up.
On that note, I hate to be the Debbie Downer here, but Ravella, once again, she got one. Anybody have a means of bringing her back?
At this point, you look at Gwen, and you notice that her face is emotionless, as she says almost in a monotone to you, "I wish to remove my earrings now, but I'm afraid of the reaction that might bring." As her voice is completely emotionless.
Huh?
Aaron's gonna put a hand on Gwen's shoulder. Do what you must.
Like, when she looks at you, she doesn't look like the same person. The usual vibrancy to her eyes are almost, it almost looks like she's dead.
He looks like the power is gone. Like if Solomon ever fucking shut down, he understands.
It looks like she's feeling absolutely nothing at all.
He's just gonna put her hand on her shoulder and go, "Do what you must." As he's just gonna keep walking away.
We call it PTSD, in case you're wondering.
Oh, so going back to the whole Ravella thing, I just need a couple things. I'm pretty sure you can acquire 25,000 gold worth of diamond and maybe a pint of holy water, and I can probably work on some kind of ritual.
I will start to reach into my bag and start looking through all the gems that I have and be like, there's a bunch of emeralds, a crowbar. Oh, I have a cosmic dragon tongue? Man, I didn't realize I was getting all these tongues. And I'll start to take out all these giant diamonds that I have. I have 19 large diamonds, so how many
Gavin,
do you need?
Gavin, how much is a large diamond?
Click on the value of a large diamond and tell me what the value is. Or just click on the item and tell me what it says the price is for it.
There was. I just wrote it in. We got this when we fought the green dragons, and you just told me I got a bunch of emeralds and diamonds, so I just wrote it in. It wasn't like you gave me
Okay.
the actual item.
So then I'm gonna have to. I'll look that up real quick.
Okay. I'm like, oh man, I got a fucking ton of diamonds. Anybody? You want a diamond? You want a diamond? You want a diamond? Everybody gets a diamond.
A large diamond has a value of 5,000 gold pieces, so it would take you 5 of those.
I will take out 5 of my large diamonds, and now I only have 14, and I'll just... God, Ravella's so expensive. Here you go!
Dorian will grab some of the water in one of the urns, and he'll cast ceremony to bless the water for holy water.
For you to do that, if you're... Now, let me get out... I will take out my golden jewel-encrusted chalice for him to put the holy water in. Let's do it up fancy style.
Yeah,
Okay.
you're already spending 5
Oh.
diamonds on him.
You know what? One last thing. So it's going to take me an hour. I have to meditate for an hour, and then it's going to take another hour to start to perform the ritual. So I will do it here. I just need 2 people to help me. I think we can do it anywhere, but someplace that's close to Ravella. Let's say her bedroom, maybe the throne room, her dad's room. Once the ritual gets started, I cannot be interrupted.
Gwen speaks up, and again in a monotone voice. She was always home at the ocean.
Yes,
Fine,
but you see
ocean.
there's a problem with trying to resurrect someone from ashes while you're underwater.
So go to the beach.
Yes, wind and sand don't mix well with ashes, and I need it to perform the ritual to make the circle.
Perhaps an underwater cabin.
Is there like a
You know
beach house or something?
No, just do it on the table. It'll be
How about
alright.
we just do it in our bedroom? That sounds appropriate.
That's cool too. Alright.
Who would like to
Sup?
volunteer?
It's upstairs. Lead the way.
I
Dibs.
know.
Strangely.
So who's going to
I'll
volunteer?
I'll volunteer.
I'll go.
Okay.
Gwen says. She says, but first, I'm afraid to do this. But she reaches up and she grabs these, like, solid
before
gold
you do
hoop
that,
earrings.
We become extremely violent, by any chance?
No, I'll just give in to overwhelming emotion.
So,
And by
you'll
that
be a
you
woman.
mean...
Saw that shit coming. Dick face.
And so by overwhelming emotion, you mean, like...
There will be no adverse effect to anyone but me.
Okay, so maybe I'm not making myself clear. Are you going to be screaming and, like, crying? And
Possibly,
just
yes.
all blubbery? Okay, how long do you think that'll last?
You know, it's hard to tell.
But last year's the ladies' man. How long you gonna cry? Come on. How long this gonna go for? I need you to get your shit together. Just throw it in a bag.
I did not prepare a calm emotion spell today.
I wear these earrings to block my own empathic powers.
Oh, okay. Well, if you cry too much during my meditation, I'm gonna have to put you in a maze.
Like, I'm going to have to send you far, far away, and good luck.
Our child is wide awake. Right,
Nice.
squirrel, sorry. I was like, he was face down, and then he's standing up now. Alright,
So-
yeah, I'm gonna, I'll join you all. And I will attempt to keep every woman's emotions in check for you, Valerius.
Good luck with that.
Perfect. And then I will. You go ahead.
Off now.
Wait, hold on. Show me where her bedroom is, and then come back down here, and then take off your earrings while I meditate in quiet.
We'll see you
Right
all
this way.
later.
She leads you up a spiral staircase and into a fairly large room. Several ornate fountains, one on each side of the room, and a very large king-size bed.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just sit on the floor in the middle of the room, and I will cast Private Sanctum first.
Okay.
It's gonna take 10 minutes. It's a level 4 spell, and then I'm going to you know what? No, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna shut the door behind me. Like as soon as she opens the door, I'll walk in, shut the door behind me, and then I'll sit in the middle of the floor and I'll take a short rest. I'll just sit there, maybe doze off a little bit. They don't know.
And she walks back downstairs. So who's upstairs and who's downstairs?
I'm downstairs.
Upstairs.
Wait, so
At
do you
this
not
point-
need us for the first hour? Are you just gonna like chill and take a nap?
Well, I have Arcane Recovery, so if I take a short rest, I can recover a 9th level spell slot, because that's half of 18, and I need a 9th level spell slot to cast True Resurrection.
Okay. So seeing him take a nap, I'll be like, I'm gonna be
He's
back
not
in an
sleeping.
hour.
He's meditating.
Yeah.
Aaron's going to just walk out the front doors, and he's going back towards the temple.
Oh, you're going back to the temple.
Yep, him and Solomon are just literally just like, he doesn't care about anybody else around him. At this point, Aaron is just in his own head. As him and Solomon are just, and it's a slow walk. It's not like we're trotting towards it. No, like we're literally slowly walking.
As
Back
Aaron
to the
sort of
temple.
picturing what he saw.
It's just replaying back in his head over and over and over again.
He's doing like a 45-minute mile walk.
So, I will say that, because I want to jump on this at least. Seeing Velastros chilling, I'll be like, call me when you need me. Come downstairs, and Azrael, Genzo, myself, and whomever, I guess pretty much all of the Dark Suns people, because this is what we do. We loot.
Okay.
What these bitches got?
So,
Kind of
me
already
go
ahead of
ahead.
y'all. Like I've been sitting here waiting to my turn to loot.
so just because I'm excited about this one, Phoenix, you see
Yes.
laying on the ground at his side, not in the form that it was before, but a solid gold scimitar on the ground, and you see the scabbard still attached to his belt.
Yeah, I'll call dibs on that. No, I'm just playing. It's all yours, man.
I pick it up and I examine it more.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and add this to your inventory.
All right, go.
There you go, man.
So, where is that item? If you will look for Muragira in your inventory.
Dorian is just gonna sit in a corner and just stare at the two orbs that he has, and just watch the energy transfer from one to the other, or
Found it.
whatever. He's just gonna sit in a corner and just watch it.
I found Maragera.
I'll give you time to read over that.
Yeah, just Gavin, just let me know when I get to the back to the temple.
In the
I'll let you know.
meantime, what else we find?
So, you've looked at Relicanter, and that sword was pretty much the only really good thing that he had on him. As far as Voltaire, you find that he has his gun on him, but you also find that he has this.
Oh, quick question. Does Voltaire, or not Voltaire, Relicanter, anywhere on him have that stupid ass mask that he was always wearing?
Oh, you don't see it he's not wearing it. If you want to search his body, you can.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm
Mm.
talking about. I looted the body. I'm looking all over, see what he got in his
So-
pockets.
The other guy, not Voltaire, but the other guy, he just everything he had on him was disintegrated, right? When his body, you said his body got disintegrated because we killed him, and then you
Lakoff.
shot the line,
He's a pile of dust on the ground.
and all of his gear is dust too.
Anything he had magical would have been saved, but other than his quarterstaff, which is pretty standard. I mean,
Hey Gavin, check the general chat real quick. Is that what you're talking about with the sword? Looking like? So Nick has a better image?
I actually meant to draw what it looked like, but I
Well-
forgot.
There's more of a scimitar look that you wanted. That's why I chose that picture.
It is like a giant one of those. That is
Right.
very close to what I'm picturing.
There you go, Nick. Look in the general chat. It's a giant one of those.
It's
Okay.
like a 6-foot long one of those, but more like gold in color, and it emits a blue flame.
There you go, Nick. You're welcome.
Thank you. Oh, nice. I see what you mean. That's pretty dope.
So, but yes, you do find the mask on him. It was just he was carrying it sort of in a pocket on the inside of his robes.
Yeah, I will take the mask.
Okay, add Relicanter's mask to your inventory. The mask, it seems you haven't really done any checks on it, but based on what you can tell right now, it's other than the appearance of it, the mask is pretty unremarkable. Other than the fact that it was worn by Relicanter,
I'm gonna turn into a cock ring later.
I'm sure you will.
No, I should do that with his tongue. That'd be perfect.
Oh God.
Alright. Done being gross. Yeah, but I'll just, all of us will assist on looting everything from everybody else for whatever's left.
So what you do find on Voltaire, Relicanter, you found everything remarkable there is to find. On Voltaire, you do find that he has some ammunition on him, as well as you can go ahead and add to your inventory 10 fragmentation grenades.
Okay.
And his rifle's still there, his rail rifle.
Very nice.
Two things I do know that I want to look for that he had is whatever those super crazy death daggers, like what he used on Wilhelm, and his goggles.
Though. Send me a message on Discord and I'll get those to you.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'll go ahead and tell you what the glasses are, or what the goggles are. Pretty much is they're just a combination of, like, goggles of night and the X-ray goggles.
Okay.
So they can see through a certain number of feet of solid objects, and they also convert dark vision.
Yeah, Aaron would have only been, if he was there, he would have only been interested in the grenades.
I gotcha.
Well, I mean, this is all coming through the amulet telepathy, so everybody hears this. And again, if there's anything somebody sees that they're kind of interested in, just give a shout out.
Aaron just
So-
goes, I'll take the grenades if you don't mind.
And pretty much just the rifle that he has is the same as yours, Aaron, other than the fact that instead of dealing force damage, it does piercing.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the rifle. Mine's better. Mine's bigger, mine's better. Because it was built by me.
There you go.
Well, if nobody wants it, because I mean, there's
It's
something
the
special
same.
about it. Okay. Yeah.
It's the same rifle that you saw that I built that you already have a copy of.
Yeah. Then I'll do follow up with what I always said I was gonna do. Yo, Ginzo.
Yeah.
Told you, if you could kill him, you could get it. You want this?
Fuck yes, I do.
All
You
right.
know, it's a little primitive. You know, I'll have to make my own modifications and really get it up to my standards. But yeah, I think I can get some use out of this.
You know, you're really racking up them favors you owe me.
Wait, hold on. He didn't kill him though. I killed him. I should get the gun.
Well, now
And
that's
really,
true.
you're gonna use it.
I
You're gonna
mean,
use this rifle.
you know what? Just out of spite, I might use it. I might learn how to use it. I'll spend years.
Oh yeah.
I got
You're still
400
fighting
years
like
in me.
little girls.
I'll spend 400 years trying to learn how to use that gun, and I'm gonna use it to kill you
Look here, Dor.
when you least expect it.
Look, I know we've been at odds, but I'm taking this gun.
I don't care. I'm gonna go back. Dwayne's gonna go back to looking at his orbs.
He scoffs and turns around and walks towards the rifle and picks it up.
As I give it to him, just again, until you decide you want to work for me or come back to the Dark Suns, this is just another favor. We understand that, right?
I'll buy you a drink later.
Yeah, we'll say they'll work towards it. Still got a ways to go, though. I'll give him the rifle.
He takes it and throws it over his shoulder. At this point, you notice that Gwen has taken off her earrings, and she's just silently kneeling over this pile of ashes, like holding some of the ashes in her hand, with just her head, like her chin buried in her chest, basically.
I will shoot her with a suit dart. No. Just messing. No. Alright, but is there anything else of it? What did Lakoth have anything on him?
Not anymore.
Lakoth is a pile of dirt and dust.
Well, then I will take my scarf and well, that was a waste of a strategy for someone who didn't need it, and I'll cast prestidigitation on my scarf to get all the poison off of it.
Okay.
Came up with this good idea for this guy that I knew was going to try and be here and cause some ruckus, and he didn't even last for a fucking round, so whatever. Clean up my scarf, put it back on. Tie it in a fancy knot. Out of spite.
You hear Gwen saying, I swore to her that I would protect her. I told her that nothing bad would happen.
It's not done yet. Don't get all emotional here when the last page isn't even written yet. Come on.
I've never heard of somebody being brought back from dust. Granted, I'm not the best of disciples, but is it even possible?
There's a lot of gods that are being involved in this whole scenario. I think that's pretty obvious at this point. So I honestly think if we open the door, knock on it, hopefully one of them will answer and assist us in bringing her back. And on that note, I will go off and I will pray.
Let me know when I'm at the temple.
Will do. Does anybody else have anything to add? If so, we can fast forward to a couple other things that people are wanting to do.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I haven't been listening because I've been trying to read this sword. What were you saying? What's been going on?
Just if
You
anybody had anything they wanted to add.
Yeah, you have to
Oh,
take a short rest to attune to that sword, so that's
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
take an
just-
hour
I'm
with everybody
Trying
else.
to read it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just say you're taking an hour to attune to the sword.
Yeah, tune the sword.
Okay. I assume you're unattuning from a flame tongue?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck that flame tongue.
Yeah.
I gave one to a newbie.
I don't know why the frost brand is a higher rarity than the flame tongue, considering the flame tongue does more damage.
Because the frost brand is more versatile. You can use it for more things. You can extinguish flames with the frost brand. The fire brand, all it does is just catch people on fire and do more damage. But the frost brand can actually, or the flame tongue, the frost brand can actually put out fires and freeze water.
Okay, I guess that's pretty cool. So, alright, nobody else had anything to add. Then, Aaron, you are at the temple.
So Aaron's just going to sit down. He's going to pray, seeking guidance in the current situation.
Is there anything specific in mind that Aaron would like to say?
Is the future what will happen, or is it a possible future?
You get the feeling that the future that you saw, they don't always respond with words. You just sort of, when you pray and you get answers, you just sort of know the answer to the question you're asking. And when you ask this question, you feel as though this is the future that waits for if Zeus is defeated. Which, of course, you know Zeus has to be defeated. You feel as though that while this future may not be 100% guaranteed, it is very likely.
Then in turn, I'm going to ask another question. Is it possible that I turn Zeus back to being one of balance? And this one's going towards Sylvanas directly. He's kind of praying to both, but this one's going towards Sylvanas directly.
You feel as though Sylvanas personally believes that Zeus is too far gone.
But why? I at one point thought I was too far gone. And I am now here. Still. Anything is possible, correct? Especially if, Sylvanas, if you're willing to help me in my endeavors.
So, at this point, Sylvanas actually speaks to you, and you see an image in your head of this elven male individual, almost wood elf in appearance, long beard, glowing, vibrant green eyes, with these different orbs of various elements that are floating around him, one of just a swirling ball of air. You notice that there's water swirling around his vicinity, as well as fire and stone and metal. As he stands before you and says, Zeus was in the far realm for 10,000 years. For a normal humanoid such as yourself, it would not even take a full second there to descend into insanity. Imagine the impact that 10,000 years would have, even on a god. You may try, and I will not say that the goal would be in vain, but I do not predict its success.
Will you assist me?
In every way I can.
Anything and everything that you could possibly use, give me, find information, anything that you can help me to where I can be in front of him for long enough to have a conversation to get him to understand
Simple
reason.
words will not be enough. His entire spark has been morphed by the energies of the far realm. His entire being has undergone a metamorphosis to where this Zeus now is a different god, a different individual than he once was. It is not a matter of cleansing him. It's a matter of transforming him into a separate being entirely. To answer your question, this Zeus cannot be saved. Perhaps a new one can take his place, but this one is doomed.
Well, then I guess I'll just have to work on purifying him.
You may try to transform him if you wish, and I will offer any assistance I can. But on a god of that scale, my power is limited. I cannot guarantee success.
What I am telling you is, I will see you soon. Because I will give up my own soul if it's what it takes to purify him.
You are truly a devout disciple. I admire your bravery. I confer upon you every blessing that I can. And
Thank
in the
you.
moment when you most need me, I hope that will make the difference that it takes.
As do I. Thank you for speaking with me. And you be well and stay strong, because I'm going to need you.
You do so as well, my fate touched.
And Aaron's then going to close his eyes, pat Solomon, and go back and join the others.
Okay. At this point, an hour has passed.
Wait, what? Where my prayer? I want to pray. How come I don't
That's
get to
right.
pray?
You did say that. My bad, I forgot. So, you reach out to the Raven Queen.
I did not say I was praying to the Raven Queen. Excuse me.
Oh, I assumed. Okay, who are you praying to?
So I will walk off into a corner by myself, and I'll sit down, and I'm like, you know what? No, if I'm going to do this, I need to wear my fancy clothes, and I'll let her knee and get back into my emerald green dress. And I'll
Okay.
take out my antithesis, and I'll focus in, I'll picture the Raven Queen, and I'll start to reach out and get my porcelain mask. I'm like, wait, what am I doing? No, that's so stupid. No. Yo, knock knock, Sylvanas.
Speaking to Sylvanas. At first you get a busy signal, but after you wait a few moments and then respond. Wait, you're reaching out to Sylvanas.
Why not? I can pray to whoever I want. Don't judge me.
What do you say to Sylvanas?
Hey, Sylvanas. Yo, it's your boy. I know we've talked a little bit in the past. We've helped each other out. I did build you a temple. I'm trying to get a little, I don't know, assurances. I wanted to speak with you for just a moment. If you could shine your guidance on me, and let's converse for a moment if we could.
Speak, child.
So I don't know if you happen to notice here, but we happen to have a friend of ours, again, get obliterated, just kaputsies. Last time this happened, I ended up praying to the Poseidon guy, whoever it was, the water guy. This time, well, I wanted to speak to you for a couple things. How you liking that temple, by the way? It's a nice temple, right? Pulled out all the stops for it.
Your service is most appreciated.
So here's a question for you. How badly do you need that temple just for you? Because to be honest, it's also kind of a beacon for a lot of people coming in. You wouldn't mind if there's other people that find help and guidance in that temple that's not necessarily just towards you, would you?
I wish to provide hope for the masses. If other people find faith and find to derive hope from other gods, it is not my place to pass judgment upon them.
Well, that's good. I'm sure you know kind of some of the stuff that's going on in the downstairs of that area. I just thought it would be nice to check in, you know, see how that was. But I'm just saying, if there's any way, shape, or form you might be able to help us out with our friend Ravella, I'd appreciate it. That's my humble request.
Vela is no longer in my hands. Her soul is with Kelemvor now.
Would you happen to know if she's made it through the gateway that a certain other entity that I might have some familiarity with protects, guards, decides who goes through it?
Speak of the masked one, the Raven Queen.
Yeah, something like that.
Her soul has yet to be judged.
Well, now that's something good to hear. Well, on that note, I won't keep you any further.
May the natural world impart its blessings upon you.
Ditto. And then I'll go rejoin with Valestrios.
Okay. And it's been an hour for both Velastrios and for Phoenix. And you arrive to find Velastrios asleep, snoring, sitting cross-legged on the floor.
Slightly levitating.
Slightly levitating, though though that's cool, it doesn't disguise the small amount of drool dripping off of your chin.
No.
So, how do I get rid of one of these flame tongue swords? Specifically one
Easy.
in my main hand.
Get rid of
You
it.
put it in a bag of holding until you come across some scrub, and then you just give it to him.
She's like, here you go. Yeah, that's what I want to
So-
do.
You just take Attuned off of the Flame Tongue Greatsword, off of one of them, and type in... Here, I'll just do it for you. Because you're no longer attuned to it. So...
Sorry. Also, while you're looking at stuff, Gavin, what do I call it? The crystal that I got? Just because I picked up the crystal off the ground.
I thought Dorian had that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said I picked it up, but who? Never mind. If Dory has, then never mind.
Yeah, Dorian has it.
Okie dokie.
So,
Alright, so what do you do?
so I have like Velasquez has an insane passive perception, so he would know whenever Shiziki goes to walk up on him. I would assume.
I would assume. Unless, I don't think he's trying to sneak up on you either.
Yeah. As soon as he opens the door, Velasquez will just speak. Gather the others.
And by the way, Aaron, when you arrive back at the throne room, you see Gwen on her knees over by Ravella's ashes, just crying. You notice a red glow coming from her eyes. But yeah, everybody would hear Velastrio say that over the Amulet of Telepathy. So,
I'm sorry. What did he actually say?
Gather
said
the
to
others.
gather the
Oh.
others.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I start heading up to the room, I guess. Or follow someone, because I really don't know where the room is, so...
Okay.
So once everyone gathers in the room, Velasquez will, as he's like preparing the ritual, it's gonna take an hour. So, and then he's just gonna tell everyone to like stand around the outside of where he's preparing the area. He'll move whatever rug or needs to, and if he needs to move the bed, he has spells to do that. He's not manually moving anything.
I got it. It's a large
one.
room. You would have
Yeah.
enough space.
Yeah, telekinesis on everything, if I need to.
Oh, random question. Do Aaron and I have a point of inspiration now because we spoke with a god?
Yes, you would. Just keeping in
So-
mind, that's not going to always work. But
No,
this
that's
is a
fine. I was
special
doing it for something else.
circumstance,
Sure.
So, as Velasquez is performing the circle, he'll say, I am not of the religious type, so I will elect Dorian to speak in my place. So that is one. We will
Ravella
need.
says, or not Ravella, Gwen says, I'll say something.
That is 2.
Yep. I'll put a word in.
I was thinking Philia might. Considering that you have already once been killed by the same entity that killed her, you might share some form of connection.
Most assured. I'm just not one for thinking, as you can tell.
That's
Yeah.
fine. Other than Dorian is probably the closest one to the entity of death, and you have stepped over the threshold once before. I just simply presumed.
I don't
But
recall much of my death, but yes, I can speak for sure.
that's entirely up to you.
I can.
And so I'm gonna use the ashes and mix them with some other ashes and chalk dust that I have, along with some silver dust, so that way I have like a huge bundle of just this dust. And I'll be placing like diamonds around, like a pentagon almost, just with like some other ornate circles, and using my magic chalk, to like draw more intricate designs in the floor. And so her dust is mixed into the actual symbol on the ground, and I will kneel at one end, and I'll call the other 3 to kneel on different parts of the circle.
Gwen
And
approaches and she kneels. And something you notice about her that you haven't really seen before is her eyes are glowing red, which strikes you as a bit odd.
As that is not a natural color? Yeah.
As in, like,
fine.
the sclera of her eyes are glowing red.
so, Gwen,
Yes.
I have never performed this ritual before. But as far as I know, you need to speak to 3 different things. 1, your role, speak to the heart of the soul that you wish to bring back. Philia needs to speak to the soul itself, while Dorian speaks. Well, he speaks to the god of death himself and pleads. So, that is how this ritual will begin. Me, I will just simply mutter the incantation. So, Gwen, whenever you're ready to start, I will as well.
She wipes her eyes. I'm ready. Ravella, I've never met a heart that's as free as yours. You forsake your royalty, I know, but this kingdom still needs you. The kindness that you offer knows no bounds. And your father needs you too. I need you. I'm not sure where this is going to go. I only met you a few days ago, but I'd like to find out. Please, come back to me.
And once she finishes, the diamond near her will start to glow, and then the one near Philia will start to flicker.
I can't stop giggling. Sidebar, obviously. Because I have no idea what the fuck I'm supposed to be doing. Like, I get it, but it's
Nope,
like...
you're laughing in the game.
Like, in game... Oh my god. I'm supposed to speak to her soul, but I don't recall 90% of who this person is.
Would you like to switch places with Shiziki? It is fine. We
No.
can take a second.
And in game, it's too late for that now, isn't it?
Gwen looks at you almost with a bit of anger. No, it's not. Shiziki, would you like to say something?
I mean, I've never been known to not want to talk, so.
Yeah, he never shuts his mouth.
That's all I got relatable.
I slowly cast telekinesis to make Delia slide away slowly.
Ophelia speaks up and she's like, dying sucks, doesn't it? How about you, like, kind of not die? I think you'd probably like that more.
Seriously, someone else do this.
Like the guy that killed you snapped my neck once, so like, could you just like not die?
Right?
Oh, okay. The question is are all the sins there?
Yes.
Okay. Aaron's just gonna speak up and be like, I never really knew who you were, but obviously everything.
If the mage is correct, I believe if you would like to contribute, you need to stand in the circle by a diamond.
Aaron's gonna step. Aaron's gonna
Yes,
step
and
forward.
please, if you're going to speak into a microphone, do not puff into the microphone.
Again, almost insisting, Gwen is like, but Shiziki, I feel as though you knew her better.
Wink, cough.
I mean,
Nudge.
if y'all want me to go in, I'm ready to go.
Gwen wants her to come back to life, and she's clinging
All
to
right,
who she believes would have the best chance of making that happen.
Alright, let me do a thing here, and I'll be like, alright, well, if we're gonna do this, let's fucking do this thing. And I'll reach into my pocket, and I will down a potion right quick.
Okay.
And I will drink... Yeah, you know, whatever. I will drink a potion of Eagle Splendor.
Okay.
Ravella, you've touched a lot of people, and there's a lot of people that want you back. You've made strong connections, and a lot of us here aren't ready for to have those severed. There's still so much you can do, so much love that you can give. There's so many people that aren't ready to let you go, and I know that you're not ready to be gone either. Come back to us, because there's so many people waiting for you.
Persuasion check.
With advantage!
Yep.
'Cause of Eagle Splendor, bitches!
Oh,
37! Get it,
Alright.
boy! Get it, boy! That's like auto success. She comes back like immediately when I get done talking.
Okay. Now Dorian. What's Dorian gonna say? Well, I guess Velastrios has the floor. He can move things along.
So, Velasquez will just nod over at Dorian, not having to really say much since Dorian is the only one that has a sensibility of self-respect and urgency, I guess. Dorian will just clear his throat to start off. Lord Kellamvor, the god of the death domain, and those that pass beyond its threshold. We plead to you to not judge this one, for she has time left to still be here. She has things to do, and she has not fully completed her tasks on this plane of existence. We beg you, and myself, as your threshold guardian, I advise you, allow us more time with this particular soul.
And I'll have you make a persuasion check with advantage. Because you are his threshold guardian.
Is that Dorian?
Yes, Dorian. Make a persuasion check with advantage.
I need to get an Eagle Splendor potion.
You didn't need it.
Oh.
So, Velastrios, or Velastrios or Dorian, because, you know, same fucking person. Roll a spell
actually,
casting a... Do what?
It's different. because Dorian gets an advantage to all checks, and their modifiers are completely different between the two. Like when it comes to death checks to resurrect somebody, Dorian gets advantages, but Valastrios does not. So,
I know that.
okay.
So, Valastrios, roll a d20, or well, actually, roll a spellcasting ability check. So, what you're adding onto this is your intelligence, and then an additional +6. So, you're adding 10 to that roll.
It's a 15.
Yep. I roll a d20. Doesn't work. As the spell fizzles and nothing happens.
How far down did the DC go after we all did our little prayer thing?
So he gets to add an additional 6 to his roll on top of his spellcasting ability check. Each of you gave an additional +2. So actually that'd be a
could
16.
Valastrios has a point of inspiration. Can I use that to re-roll that 5?
You can. You get to
Okay.
add 11 to this roll. I was wrong when I said 10.
Oh my god. Oh, that was with Dorian. I need to swap over to Valastrios.
No. It doesn't
Alright.
work.
Wait, so you said it was 16, so it's plus... Oh, but it still has to go higher than your roll of a 20.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Dies.
And you wait there in silence, expecting something to happen. And after about a minute, nothing does. Gwen, just almost in a panicked voice, starts saying, "What's wrong? Why didn't it work? Where is she?"
Aaron's gonna take a knee right next to Gwen, pull her into his arms, and just hold her there. Not say a single word, just hold her there.
Starts crying and like under your chest. She just can't be gone. She can't be gone.
And then Aaron's just gonna kind of rub the back of her head and just not even say a word, and just holding her there.
And she just lets you and just sits there sobbing.
I will look at Gwen and shed a single tear.
Deception. So I'm gonna go ahead and need you to change your alignment to chaotic evil. No, I'm kidding.
Do I still have the chaotic tendencies on me?
For now, you're about a tick away from that falling in the other direction, though. Currently, on the dynamic alignment scale, you are true neutral with chaotic tendencies.
Okay.
So we
Azrael
can just try this
speaks up
again
and says,
tomorrow, right? I mean, like, we have the skill, the stuff to just keep casting.
Well, that...
I'm about to send you a DM, Tony.
I'm going to go ahead and say no. Because if we continue to pester Kellenvor, who... I guess technically that's who the souls go to, and if he does have the soul, and we just keep pestering him... To a god, one day to us is like 10 seconds.
I just sent you a message, Tony.
I'm gonna read it after I get done talking.
Gotcha.
So it's like if I come up to you and I say, "Hey, Shiziki, can you do me a favor?" and you say no, and then immediately when you turn around, I say, "Hey, Shiziki, can you do me a favor?" You're going to get annoyed. So I would say we give it 100 years, 10 years. I don't know. Maybe we can do it soon, ish. I guess.
Well, I mean, I don't really know this whole. Wait. How long do you have to be able to resurrect somebody?
Um, uh, that's a good question.
I believe it's 100 years. But yeah, just read your
200.
training. Oh, it's
200
200.
years.
Okay.
Let me make something clear, just so I can understand that. So, as long as it's within 200 years, you can resurrect somebody.
Correct.
You're gonna need to read that message, Tony.
I read it.
Okay.
Do you want me to make an Arcana check to see if Dorian or Velastros would know that?
Velastros would know that, definitely. Make a religion
check?
check with Dorian to see if he would know, but Velastros would definitely know this.
Oh, that's a 10.
Yeah, Dorian doesn't know that.
Okay. Did you have something in mind? Or someone?
What does it take to resurrect somebody? Just a.
It takes a lot, as you saw here today, to do that certain type of resurrection spell, which, to starters, it takes, some type of cleric or clergy person, hence Dorian. It takes someone who knew the person on an emotional level of sorts. It takes someone with powerful enough arcane or divine abilities to cast such a spell. And they have to know the correct incantations, which luckily for you, I researched and found the incantation about 100 years ago in one of my studies.
That's definitely something good to know. And I'll turn to Philia. Philia, I have a suggestion of something that you might be able to do.
I mean, even though the resurrection didn't work, you could potentially literally cast Wish right now and wish her back to life. But there are consequences. Well, there could be consequences.
So,
I
Philia
don't-
is going to cast Wish. Because a Wish ability that is something that she can do without risking the 1/3 chance is you can make someone re-roll for a recent event. Attack roll, saving throw, ability check. You can decide if the re-roll has advantage or disadvantage. She's going to let Dorian re-roll with advantage to see if the spell works.
You mean Velastros?
Whomever.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So repeat the roll with advantage.
So it's a straight D20 plus 11.
Straight D20 plus 11, you gotta beat 20. And it can't be a tie. It has to be 21.
That's 22.
And so it is. And as you
Could we
see...
Could we say we literally had that whole conversation, and
Yes.
then as soon as we finished,
Yep, because I was waiting for that conversation to happen before I suggested that.
Yes, that conversation still happened. That conversation still happened. But suddenly, after Philia makes this wish, again, it seems like nothing's going to happen until suddenly you see these ashes all begin to swirl in this void. Gwen unburies her face from Aaron's chest and looks back in the direction, wipes her eyes off, as you see almost in like a fiery flash as this ash begins to form into this person, leaving this like blazing hot edge as it coalesces up a humanoid form. You see it form into the form of Ravella Primralty, who collapses on the ground unconscious. And she has absolutely none of her gear
Gavin,
on. And
a couple things. She cannot look like Ravella.
what do you mean?
Oh, never mind.
This
I
isn't
thought it said-
reincarnate.
Yeah, never mind. I was reading it wrong. It said it can even provide a new body, not it
Yeah.
does. My bad.
Yeah, it can provide a new body if there is no longer one.
So Aaron
However,
is
she
going-
is completely naked because she had everything disintegrated.
Aaron's gonna take his cloak off, put it around her, and cast
Is it still billowing?
no, it's not billowing. But it does billow, but it's not billowing at the moment. He's gonna cast hold on, I gotta find the fucking thing.
I can cast Seeming, make it look like she has clothes on at least.
He's gonna cast
Okay.
Sanctuary.
Okay.
Or not Sanctuary, but fucking trying to figure out what the spell is. It's not Shield of Faith. You know what? He's just gonna pour a fucking healing drought down her damn throat.
She literally just got true resurrected.
Yeah, she.
Oh, I didn't know
like,
she had
it,
full
it
health
goes.
Yeah.
It goes straight to her lungs, and she just coughs up this healing potion. Just. What?
Well, welcome back to the land of the living.
What happened?
You died.
So, real quick, Gavin. Any, closes all wounds, neutralizes all poisons, cures all diseases, lifts any curses. So, if she had a curse on her, or if she had missing organs or limbs, those are restored as well.
No, I don't think she was missing any limbs or
Oh,
organs.
okay, I was just saying.
She's
So-
missing her third toe.
No, she's 100% Ravella.
So, I just want to make it clear. There was a 62% chance of probability for this actually working. And I'm pretty sure it shouldn't have worked. But if there's... Oh. Also, your father might be in a different dimension.
But you're alive. I would, hey, Ravella, I would kind of close the cloak around you a little bit more.
Yes, and she does so and immediately tries to stand, but then collapses back to the ground. Gwen just runs over and just gives her a big hug.
Gwen, be careful. Just chill for a minute.
Should we go get the king, or no? It's been like 3 hours.
You should probably go get the king.
Oh, I'm not going to go get the king. I have more important matters to attend to.
You were the one that puts him in another plane. You need to go get him.
No.
Yes.
So, question to you guys. This is up to you. Would Azrael and, like, the Fourglade brothers and, Genzo, would they have been invited to this, or no?
I would not have invited them, but, I mean, that's up to, really, Shiziki. He was the one that was down there. And they didn't have amulets.
I probably wouldn't have brought them for this. I would have told them, like, hey, we're gonna go do this thing, but, be on the ready. Who knows how many other people that, Relicanter had, and, like, we need people there just to be, like, I don't know, talk to the guards, because I'm sure this made quite a commotion, as we're just chilling up here for a couple hours. as we busted holes in the ceiling and killed all the guards and all this stuff. So
Hey, we didn't kill the guards.
no, but I'm just saying they died, so they would probably
Yeah,
be there to do
I
crowd
busted-
control
and
and
I
deal with
busted
whoever
I only
came
busted
in.
one hole in the ceiling. Thank you very much.
But
No,
that-
it was two because you did.
that's
Oh
what
wait,
they're
no, it was
doing.
one
No,
because
the second one just went to the ceiling. The other one, the one that when I was on top of that one, is now probably in the air and everyone can see it.
Oh,
Yeah, Gwen says, let's get her some damned clothes before we retrieve her
Yeah,
father
well,
for
everybody's
Cindy's
going
sake.
back and forth about that. I will actually take out Corey's old clothes and I'll give her those.
They're
yeah,
way
that's,
too big.
that's a very
That's
nice
fine.
gesture, Suzuki, but maybe we should all just leave the room because she is in her bedroom. She probably has
I was about
clothes
to
here.
say. I was about to say.
Well, fine. I was trying to give a gift, but so
We
be
will.
it.
Yeah,
leave.
Corey was
You
like
are the
7
gift
feet
that
tall.
keeps on
She's like
giving.
5'2". It would have
We
been
will-
like a child trying to wear their parents' clothes.
I'm just it was a temporary quick fix, but sure. All right, everybody. Let's let her be modest here. Gwen, if you want to help her out and let her help get dressed.
I pegged.
We will leave y'all to it as I kind of like wrap my hand around Phoenix, going, "Nice new blade you got there, man!" And like I'm like forcing him out the room.
No, dude, I'm patting Suzuki on the back. He's like, Suzuki, you know, you're the gift that keeps on giving. It's okay.
Yeah,
So,
no, that,
Gavin, I'm
I'm
gonna
like, let's go, buddy.
You're gonna what,
I'm gonna
Tony?
send sending.
You're using that as Velastrios?
Yeah.
Okay. Describe to me the specifics of that spell.
I send a message to a person,
Okay. Who are you sending it to, and what are you saying?
the king.
Okay. What are you saying?
He didn't get that far.
And do you have that spell
your throne
prepared?
room. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I always have sending prepared. Sending, fly, haste, counterspell. I always have those prepared. Those are my level
Gotcha.
3s. Your throne is destroyed. Your daughter was brought back to life. She's safe. Did you find your way out of my house?
They can reply, right?
Yeah.
And how many words?
25.
Okay. No. That's the response you get.
Oh, Velastros just go, oh my gods, and then he'll just teleport away.
Okay.
I'm going to him.
So I just want to say, as we're walking down the stairs and going back to stepping out of the room, I'm going to cast Mage Hand and give myself a pat on the back for coming up with the wish idea.
Yes. And you do it. And you feel very accomplished as you feel those pats on your back.
Where is the king in the mansion?
In the kitchen. Not
So-
eating, just sitting in a chair.
I will literally just teleport in and just be like, there is literally 4 doors. How could you not figure out which one it is that leads out of the house?
He doesn't even answer your question, and he just, in a way that I imagine would probably piss Velastrios off, he yells at you, "You let my daughter die!"
No.
He,
I brought her back to life. She died while I was bringing you here. Yell at me again, and you'll be trapped in a maze for 50 years.
Side note, she died after he left, so I don't know how he would know that she died.
Oh,
I
he
just-
sent a
From the
message.
sending message.
Oh,
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
I was kind of like face palming at that point because, like, why would you tell her she died?
I didn't tell her she died. I said we
Well,
brought her
said
back
she
to
was
life.
brought back to life, which
Yeah,
insinuates
but like,
that she died.
exactly. Like, you could just like,
Yeah.
hey, surprise! If his daughter ever told him, you never know.
I apologize. Thank you for returning my daughter to me. But she is never to enter combat with a lot of you ever again.
Well, from what I've heard about the others, is they continue to tell her that, but she is, I think one of them said that she is a stubborn, clumsy fool in combat.
She is not a fool, but she has always been a rebellious one.
Well,
She won't ever listen to me, and this time it nearly cost her life.
I mean, technically it did cost her life. Just thankfully that there was an archmage and a couple others with powerful connections to their deities. All I did was cast a spell and initiate it. You should thank the others. Especially Gwen, I think her name is. She is the one that spoke to Ravella's heart.
Personally have believed that Gwen individual to be a bit of a scoundrel, but I believe at least she deserves my thanks now.
She might be a scoundrel, but it seems that Ravella's heart and hers are connected even through planes of life and death.
Under normal circumstances, I would say that is unfortunate, but now, I guess I'll take whatever blessings I can get.
Now, would you like to walk back to your destroyed throne room? Or would you like to be there instantaneously?
Quicker the better.
He'll outreach his staff,
Okay.
and we will teleport once more. That is 14 more tabs I need to calculate. So, 21. I'm still good. I still got 19 more charges left for today. So I can go into combat. I'm ready for combat all over again, guys.
Alright.
Great. Relicanter appears in front of all of you and says, "Wahahaha, you thought I was dead, but no, it is you who will be dead.
Great, more combat.
Alright,
I'm
Dio.
down.
You thought this was," I was about to say, you thought this was normal combat, but it was me, Relicanter.
Hey, if some of his goons show up, I'm not complaining.
You know, I really should play a Way of the Spectral Self, Monk.
You know, is it Relicanter or Returnacanter?
You know what? Fucking Dio pops up in front of all of you. That's who you're fighting. Roll initiative.
Oh,
No.
great.
I'm gonna speak to the entire group.
Once we're in the throne room, I'll just whisper to the king again. Please just, next time you see me, just remember to yourself and ask yourself one question. Do I want to be stuck in a maze for the rest of my life? And if you
Would
ever
dare
raise...
threaten the king.
I'm not
I
threatening
owe you for bringing my daughter back.
I'm not threatening you. I'm just saying. Just keep in mind. Don't raise your voice to me.
So I'm
And
going.
Also, whenever you teleport into the throne room, yes, you do notice it is crawling with guards. And after they notice of him, one of the guards runs over and says, "My liege, thank goodness, I assumed the worst."
Is he a spy? Should I disintegrate him too?
No, that will not be necessary.
Oh. You know,
I am quite alright, Captain.
King, I really wanted to use this new spell called Maze on somebody today. I really wanted to, and I haven't yet, so I'm a little bit on edge. I apologize.
How many of your threats do you expect me to overlook? I appreciate it. Thank you for bringing my daughter back to me, and I apologize for the initial loss of my temper. Let that put it to rest.
Velasquez will bow, and he'll step off to the side and just wait for the others to come around.
So, Shiziki will step up to the plate.
Okay.
Or not.
Well, I mean, is everybody else... I thought that's what we were doing. Everybody's coming up together here.
We were. That's why I was gonna say what I was gonna say to the group. But you go for it. Go for it.
No, I thought I was coming up with everybody, man. But, alright, yeah.
I also thought everybody was done, but if everybody wasn't, then we'll make sure everybody, gets what they need
Oh.
to do before we move on to the next step.
Okay. Well, I'll just say to the group, I need to speak to the king. So, whenever we need to do that.
And Aaron, what'd you have?
I was just gonna look at the group and go, you do realize now that Relicancer is gone, we have our other god that we have to deal with. I need y'all's assistance with that. I do not want to necessarily kill him. I am going with some help.
Dude, you are
Sorry.
breathing hard in your mic.
Sorry, it was because it's right next to my face. I didn't move it. Sorry, but with
You're good now.
some help of the gods, we're going to try to purify him instead of completely and totally destroying him.
That doesn't sound fun.
That sounds absolutely impossible.
Sounds boring. That's what that sounds like.
As you think it may be impossible, I do not believe so.
Hmm.
I'm gonna
It
vote
sounds completely impossible.
probably not on that one.
I'm gonna
Whether-
vote. Let's just kill them.
Whether y'all help me or not, I don't care.
Oh, we can definitely help you with a task more reasonable.
Whether y'all help me or not, that I don't care. But I will purify him.
Kill him first. Like, come on.
Currently, right now, he is in the plane, or in the world where Coloresi is at this
Called
current
Falthansia.
moment. He's in Falthansia. You know, the place where Coloresi is, where I disappeared for a few weeks too? Yeah. He's there, eating their world. At this current moment. I have not made contact to see how they are doing. But if he is there, maybe we need to bring this fight to him. Instead of sitting here worrying about our world, we need to worry about all of existence. And we just need to take the fight to him.
Well, to do that, we need to go and get the last divine spark from the fire genasi down south.
Well, then we better be on our way, and we should be on our way quickly. Because if he's looking for other worlds to destroy, then he's not going to stop until we stop him. So, finish what we need to do here, so we can move on and get to the next spark, so we can kill that whatever it is, and be done with it, or talk with it, get it, whatever, do whatever we have to. I don't mind killing something again to get the spark, but at this point, I have more pressing matters. Because that world that we saw, that future, is one of many possibilities. But if we want to have any kind of lineage, any kind of people to tell our stories, then we must get the divine spark, and we must hurry. Whether he comes to our world or we go to him. Currently, right now, we know where he is. I will make contact with Cloresi to see if he is still there. But, as of right now, we know where he is at. So we should bring the fight to him. And I have a way of getting us to that plane. I say the word, we'll be there. So let's go get this spark so we can bring the fight to him. At this point, there's now a fire. Aaron went from this depression to now there's a fire in him, a fire in his eyes that he is literally there for a mission, and he now has his mission, and nothing is going to stop him. And that's what Aaron's going to say.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, I'll continue saying what I was gonna do. I would like to approach the king.
You see him, and he seems to be conversing with one of his guards.
Excuse me, King Primarati. Might I have you here for a moment?
You are the mercenary from the Dark Suns. I believe that is Captain Belrook. I remember you. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
You deserve more than a word, as I am truly grateful from what you and the 7 deadly sins have accomplished here today.
Well, your words do me good honor. Unfortunately, I hate to retort with such sour words, but I do speak on behalf of your son, and he did bring me with messages of poor tidings. Needless to say, he's not exactly your biggest fan at the moment.
I see. That is unfortunate.
Well, one thing that he did want me to address with you, could you please tell me what about this order of genocide that you're going to be committing against your own people?
Speak of the Raj Paratus.
That one.
We were attacked by a vampire in this city. Killed several of our citizens.
Hmm?
And then I am told that there is a coven of vampires that reside here who could all present an equal threat. What would you expect any king to do?
To investigate, to make knowledgeable decisions. Let me explain the situation, as it's been made aware to me from the Crown Prince. Your son left to go do great things. He went to Sea Shroud, saved the people that were going to rebel against the kingdom because they were getting killed in the streets, and sent them here on good word that they'd have a safe haven. Then you turned around and decided to start trying to kill these people in the streets, the same people that had already rebelled when this had happened to them before. You're undoing the good work that your son already did. On top of that, you were warned that the man that came in here was an imposter. Told that, given the crown as proof, and you still weren't convinced.
By that point, the order had already been made.
By that point, you still didn't believe your own son. And I think it's pretty well known to everyone here that Relicanter has a bit of a temper, which is why he's not here right now, because...
You mean Raynor?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Raynor has a bit of a temper. And he didn't think he'd be able to, hold himself to a standard that a prince should, if he was actually to come face to face with you. So, now the question is, how do we stop this act of genocide before you cause the people to rebel against you in your own house?
Make a persuasion check. How long does that Eagle Splendor last?
An hour?
Then,
Then it's just
you
still
still
be
got
up,
it.
because I did
Yep.
it like right beforehand. Oh,
29. I mean, I don't even know why I'm doing this, because he can't roll that high. Okay, yeah, that's a 7. So, you have a valid point. I admit that I was deceived here. It is not every day that a king must deal with some form of doppelganger impersonating his son. I made a mistake, and I'm willing to take the necessary steps to correct it. However, do you believe that you're going to be able to convince the Empress that you're going to be able to convince King Terramain and
I
the
don't know
King
why-
of Fire
Why do I need to
To
convince
agree.
any of these other people? This is
Because
your
to
kingdom.
Because to reverse this order, as has always been our primal right, they must all agree to reverse this as well if an order is taken under the Raj Paratus.
Hmm.
Any
Who
of the
enforces
Genasi
these
kingdoms.
orders?
The kingdom where the Raj Paratus was initially declared. However, in order for the order to be undone, that is what is necessary.
Now let me throw this the example here. You're the king. You want to go against this. The people in your town are going to go ahead and start murdering innocent people today, since this order's been put through, while you want to gather everybody else and have this conversation to try and convince them otherwise. Now it's not really a good time to be able to just waylay that. So, you're in charge. The order goes down to the captain of the guard, to your soldiers, whomever. Hold them accountable for committing murder of killing innocent people in your town.
Vampires.
The people that your son saved and promised safety.
The best that I can do, I can give my soldiers an order that would take them away from the city.
If you can't make this decision to save your own people, then you don't deserve that throne, which is also still broken. And I'll look at Phoenix and say, I was planning on doing this anyway, but this is because Reina gave me permission. True polymorph. And I turn his throne into a phoenix.
You mind your tone.
You say this is there's a big ass phoenix like right beside him.
He's also a king. I'm only granting you this courtesy because you have been so instrumental in this kingdom.
I only speak on behalf of your son.
And my son knows about the Raj Paratus.
Which is why he's also sent me here to say these things to you. An order is only as good as the people. An order is only as good as the people that enforce it. Are you going to continue to murder innocent people in your own city while you try and settle this?
I will give my soldiers an order that would prevent them from undertaking this. But until this order is signed, then it is out of my hands. This is the one order a Genasi kingdom can take, that no individual king can undo.
What if we throw this out here and just say, you were going to have Raynor make this Raj whatever as his first act as a trial as the crown prince of if he was in charge. But then it found out that he's not actually the one in charge, so he was the one to be able to make that ruling in the first place. Everybody wins, you can save face. And the heroes win, and the guy that was going to murder everyone in the town is put away. To be honest, it's the way it's supposed to be, and it's something that the bards can sing about.
Make a persuasion check.
With advantage.
Yep.
That's a 30.
Okay, I can't beat that.
That's why they call me the Silver-Tongued Shadow. Anyway.
He reaches into a satchel that he has hanging on his belt and takes out a scroll and says, I'm putting a lot, once again, I'm putting a lot of trust in you by doing this. I have not yet sent word to the other kingdoms that a Raj Paratus has been put into effect. I'm going to give this to you, and it is now up to you to make sure they never discover that a Raj Paratus was put into effect. Because if they do, and it is discovered that I hid the order, will have dastardly consequences for this kingdom. So here is this scroll. I pray that my faith is not misplaced.
I think you're making the best decision, and to be honest, on a personal note, for me to say, as Shiziki, I think this is probably the best way to make sure you don't lose your son again, because this would have done something that would have been irreparable damage. And I will take the scroll.
Nobody must see that scroll. I cannot utter the importance of that.
Why don't you just burn it?
I've already taken it.
God,
I'll put that in my bag. Hold on to that for a little bit.
also do keep in mind, if it ever does come out that a Raj Paratus order was not reported, the order goes back into effect in full force.
Well, the only people that should know about it are the ones that are in this room, and I think everyone here, looking around, knows there's probably very beneficial things for them should they keep their mouths shut. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness?
I would.
And I'll look back over all my Dark Sons brethren that are in here and give them a good old wink. That's all I had to say.
How many people, extra people, are in this room? Just the captain?
There's about 10 other guards as well, but none of them were immediately standing next to you during this exchange.
What about the captain?
He's not there either.
Oh, okay.
The only people that would have heard this conversation would have been any member of the Seven Deadly Sins that was standing there, as well as the king.
Cool. I will.
I get that wink back.
How do you spell Raj Peralta? What?
I'll type it.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'll take that, and like I said, put that away in my bag.
There it is.
Raj Paratus order. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Got it. And I will do a very curt bow and say, Phoenix, you might want to do something about... Yeah. And I will turn back and walk to the rest of the group.
Hey,
Okay.
Phoenix, go play with that thing for the next hour. Like, make it your friend, go play with that damn thing. Because I swear to God, if it tries to eat anything, I'm blaming you. So go play with your new pet for like an hour.
Oh, and as you're walking away, Shiziki, he looks at you and says, by the way, I'm gonna need a new throne.
I will be here for a couple days. I can help you out with that.
Might
But
I-
I do wish to speak
Oh.
with you, King.
Might I recommend one with a wingback?
Take your suggestions into account. Of course, mage. Say your word.
Just, so, as the others know, I'm not just a mage. I'm the Archmage, and I'm the last of the Order of Magi. Now, I am from a different time, where your people were not around. So please forgive me, but I would like some information on your history of Perimralty.
Of course. What would
Do
you
you
like to
know-
know?
Do you know of the Order?
The Magi.
Yes.
I have read of this order in books. But
So,
needless
the
to say, it was before my time that they dwelled within this plane.
the conversation that I would like to have with him, we do not have to have in session. It could just, like, Velastros just wants to know about the genasi, because the genasi were not on this plane before the Sundering.
Okay. I'll say this: the biggest thing that you would have, because initially there was no Genasi royalty. The Primralty bloodline descends from an ancient warrior from the plane of water.
Right.
His particular name was Sunam Primralty, and he was so legendary with his abilities so highly regarded, and he was so well respected as a military leader that essentially the royal bloodline of the Water Genasi descends from him, as he was the first Water Genasi king.
Okay. So this king, his name is Primralty.
Primralty is the name passed down. Yep, and his
Okay.
last name is Primralty.
Okay.
He was so
But-
widely respected that eventually, whenever they built their city on Alarath, they named it Primralty after that hero.
Okay. Yeah. See, information I didn't know. But yeah, the conversation that Velastrius would like to have with the king is not one to be had right now.
Okay.
It just questions about the history of Primralty and stuff like that. I mean, if the king wants to forward me to his advisor or something like that to talk to, that's cool too.
The biggest gist you would have gotten. Any specific questions, just whenever you have time, shoot me a message in Discord and I'll answer them.
Okay. But yeah,
So-
that's it for Velastrius. But yeah, he'll on the next day, he can use in 24 hours. He can use True Polymorph to get this guy a chair back.
Isn't it after your next long rest you can do it?
24 hours. I've already taken a long rest this day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quick thing, I'll actually take out a platinum, flick it in the air, and I'm just gonna cast Galder's Speedy Courier. And I'm just gonna write a quick note telling Wilhelm, Relic Hunter defeated, we're all safe. Do need some repairs whenever you get a chance, and I will set the Arcanobot, once it's all folded up and compacted, into the chest along with the control matrix, and I'll send that to Wilhelm.
I mean, the Arcanobot is probably about, I'd say balled up, is still probably about it's like a 3-foot bowling ball that weighs like several hundred pounds, even when folded up. It's lighter when it's folded up than when it's actually animated. Can you send that through that?
Oh yeah, as long as it fits into the chest. There's no weight limit.
I'd say it's a tight fit, but alright, yeah, you
I mean,
can get it in
it
there.
goes to my bag of holding when I'm not using it. Whenever it's collapsed, like you said, whenever it gets big, it increases in weight. But whenever it's balled up, we can pick it up. That's how we've always had it.
It's like, yeah, you'd be able to fit it in the chest. It's tight fit, but you can fit it in the chest.
I'm gonna walk up to the king. So,
I understand you had a role to play here as well.
sorry about the big pillar in the middle of your throne room.
If it means the demise of this great deceiver, and if my daughter has been brought back to me, it can be repaired.
Well, you're gonna have to destroy the pillar and then put it repair, but that's a big pillar.
Or we can use the stone for the repairs.
That's true too. But yes, I did. I had somewhat of a do with this, but again, not only being a part of the 7 deadly sins, but being of the same order as Shiziki here, it's my job.
So you were a mercenary as well.
Yes. I'm gonna kind of dust off the emblem of gunpowder.
Well, I assume, as a mercenary, you do not wish to have worked for free. Am I correct in that assumption?
The only thing I request is if you have somebody that can help me fix my arm. As it is just they're limp. full metal. Like I don't have my jacket on anymore. Like I am. He can see my full mechanical arm at this point,
Yeah.
and it's just limp.
Unfortunately, we do not have anybody here with that ability. However, Geodale is only half a day's journey from here.
I don't have time. Do you have anybody that can just hold it in place while? Yeah, I just need somebody to hold it while I work on it. It may take me a little bit longer, but I can do it one-handed. Solomon tries to help, but
I have
with his mouth.
suggestion there to you, Aaron. It may work.
Yeah.
They should be sending people from Geardale down here to weaponize the Navy. There might be people here down at the docks that have some experience with that.
And you know what? I'm pretty sure they'll be more than willing to help me. Can I use your? I have a platinum. Can I use your speedy courier spell real quick?
It sends items. It doesn't send people.
Well, no, I don't. I'm not gonna send myself. I just wanted to send a note.
Our fleet has already been weaponized. There are no gnomes here currently. However, you may be right in your assumption that some members of our navy may have been instructed well enough in the art of machinery to perhaps give you some assistance.
Yes, but if I just need to send one to the king. As soon as I send a message to the king, he'll know exactly what I need. And he can send the parts here.
If you want to attempt to get help here, go to the docks. Ask for private temp.
You think
I
he
believe
can help me make a second one of these?
He is a new apprentice in your strange art, but I believe he might be able to assist you.
Wonderful. I'm going to jump on the back of Solomon. Solomon, to the docks. We ride. Oh, by the way, I flipped the token, or I flipped the platinum to Shiziki, and the note. Send this to the Geardale King. Tell him I need parts immediately. Yeah, King Megadrome. I need them parts immediately, ASAP. Teleport them to the docks. I'm here in Palmalti. I need them ASAP. Thanks. Tell him it's urgent and needs to be done as soon as possible. Please,
So,
Shiziki.
just as DM, if I'm predicting where you're going with this, just let me... Not that you can't do it, but just be advised. Attaching an entire arm involves basically connecting the circuitry of that arm with your nerve endings, which is not an instantaneous process.
My arm comes off. I'm just making an arm that goes back into the same socket.
I'm saying that though completely swapping arms would not be an instantaneous process.
Okay, but I can take my arm off, charge it, and put it back on.
If you want to take a few hours to reconnect the nerve endings.
I mean, that's fine. I don't care. But in case something happens like this scenario where, hey, I don't have an arm, I can't repair it. If I connect the second one, take an hour to connect all the nerve endings, I can fix the second one.
You can, yes.
It's not going to be hey, in the middle of combat, I'm taking my arm off and slamming on another one.
That's what I was getting at. But to the other ends, yes, this could absolutely work.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to do it in mid combat. I was expecting for, hey, we're in combat, my arm burned out. We still have combat to do. I need a new arm.
And you also know reattaching the new arm, extremely painful. Just FYI.
I know. I disconnected and attached it to Solomon almost every night.
You'd gotten away from that, where you just pop the battery out and put a new one in.
I think we did.
Yeah, I think you'd gotten away from that, where you didn't have to take your arm off anymore because it hurt.
Yeah, it hurt. But if I have to connect a secondary arm, I will. It may not function as well as the other one. I may not have as much charges as the other one. But at least it functions. That's the whole point is it functions like the old style model that my arm originally was.
Yeah. So, real quick. So, I'm good to keep going if you guys are. But does anybody else have anything to add? Anything else they want to do? Anything they really want to knock out this session?
Well, I just have a question. Did Aaron literally just throw that at me to send off to King Mechadron?
Yes, he said he did.
Yeah, no, I just let that shit fall to the ground.
He said please as he left.
That's not... Aaron, maybe I need to make this clear. That's not how you speak to a superior officer. You don't just give instructions to me.
Aaron's already gone.
Well, then it just stays on the floor.
You would have heard him say that.
Listen here. We are not near headquarters or anything else of that nature. You are a friend at that point, Suzuki. Thanks, buddy. Have a nice day. I have shit to do. Thanks, man. Do this for me. As he keeps going.
I've got a feeling Shiziki is still not convinced.
And
I'm just gonna say,
I
like,
will
that's
have
a little demanding.
I
Aaron.
will have Jimmy pick it up. Hey. I will
If
have.
we are
Hang
He'll
on.
let Jimmy do what?
I will have Jimmy pick it all up, and then I will cast Galder Speedy Courier, and I will send it to Aaron.
Aaron, you see,
And there's a
the
little note that
spectral
says,
chest-
"You drop this, Captain Belrook."
you're a prick.
I don't,
You can't. Well, you have the amulet of telepathy, so yeah, you can respond.
You are a prick.
Captain Prick to you, my friend.
You're still a prick.
Uh,
Oh, that was pretty good.
And I will deduct another plat out of. Oh no, he tossed a plat, so there you go. I'll use his plat to send it back to him.
So, Gavin, there is one thing that I want to do
What's
in
that?
the direct messages that I sent you. How's it like? Am I able to do that?
Let me. Oh. I mean, you can. You're not really sure to what end it would be for, but yeah, you can accomplish that.
Okay. Dorian's gonna. Okay, Dorian's gonna put it all away and then ask the king if he can have a private chamber.
Everybody wants their turn with the king.
Yeah, that's it. He just wants to say, is there a private chamber available I can stay in for the night?
Oh, stay in. Of course. That is the least of what I can offer you.
Okay. He'll go to the chamber and he'll just tell Shizuki, I'm gonna retire for the night, heal my wounds up. And he did suffer a lot of wounds, so he's looking pretty rough.
As you walk away, you notice that arm in arm, like arms crossed, that finally Gwen and Ravella have walked down the stairs, and seeing you leaving, Gwen says, "By the way, Dwarf, fun game for the morning. How about, once you've, of course, nursed your wounds and are feeling better, I bet I can drink you under the table."
I have other things to do. We'll speak later. Yeah, he'll just keep walking.
wow, Dorian, you really denied a drinking game? That's surprising.
Alright, guys. Well, I do have to get up in the morning, so I am out. Peace out, Girl Scouts.
And we're probably about to call it anyway.
Yep.
I'm just wondering if I actually got that phoenix to calm down or whatever.
It takes an hour for you to
Yeah,
actually bond
well-
with it.
We'll get into that next session.
That's fine.
Anything pressing and immediate that anybody else would like to
Yeah, so when we bury the hatch for the night, Dorian wants to. Do I have communicate? Do paladins get commune?
do? Let me
I
see.
have command ceremony. I
I
can cast
You
legend
have
lore.
you have the entire paladin spell list at your disposal as long as you just prepare it. However, it is showing commune as being a cleric spell. Though, don't you
Yeah.
have something to let you get one cleric spell?
Yeah, I have legend lore. I never swapped that, so I could use legend lore, I guess, in place of it. If I want to, man, I really want to do commune.
I'm pretty sure that whenever I gave you that one cleric spell, that it was a permanent choice. I mean, if you don't want it, I suppose I could let you swap upon level up. Ooh, actually, that brings me to something I forgot about. Everybody levels up.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
cool.
Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, you told me I could swap it to when we level up, and when I leveled up to level 18, I swapped it from, I think I had like, not Sacred Flame, it was another cantrip, Spare the Dying. I had Spare the Dying, and I swapped it to Legend Lore when we hit level 18. That's how I got Legend Lore.
Okay.
But if I can't swap it on a long rest, then I guess I'll just keep
Well,
Legend, or
you can
have...
swap it on a level up, but keeping in mind, you have to take a long rest to level up. So,
Yeah, so I guess I'll just cast Legend Lore then.
okay.
Because I still have all the things from when Shiziki gave them to me.
Alright, and what are you doing with this legend lore?
Well, I'm trying to see the actual wording, but I can't really find it. There we go. I'm gonna try to use Legend Lore, just specifically trying to speak to Kellenvor about the Divine Sparks. Like,
So you can name or describe a person, place, or object. So you can describe that spark if you would like to.
yeah, I would like to describe the spark.
Okay. I can just give you the general rundown of what it is and what it's for, or if you have a question that's a little more specific, I can answer
Yeah.
that.
First off, how did the others gain a spark? Or how do they use them? Is more or less what I want to... I want to figure out how did they use them, and if I need to do like a prayer to try and ask Kellenvor a question. Just that's what he really wants to know, is how did they use these sparks and how did they get them?
So I'll tell you what I believe I can about that information, and if you want to zero in on anything, then I'll expand upon it.
Would you like me to do like a religion check to try and commune with the god to a certain extent while...
I'll tell you the general bit of information first. If you want to press further, then yes.
Okay.
So essentially what that is anytime a being ascends to divinity, that being first has to die. When that being dies, their heart is replaced by a vessel that can hold a divine spark. Essentially, the divine energy from a spark, if that energy is ever contained outside of a god's body, it's powerful but limited. It's not renewable. As you go through this divine energy, it will eventually deplete until it's nothing. However, if that spark is still within the body of a god, as they expend this divine energy, it'll replenish itself automatically. So essentially, that's what you're holding. It was the vessel within a god's body that held its divine spark.
Okay.
You can expand upon that if you would like.
So Relicanter Raynor, what was that other fucking dude's name?
You never got a spark from Raynor. Dorian would know that Raynor, despite the fact that he claimed to be a god, was never actually a true god, and only claimed so likely because he did not understand what it meant to be one.
Okay, so we got one from the Lich guy. We got one from Relicanter.
Well, it wasn't individual spark vessels you were getting. You were absorbing power that was gifted to them by Zeos.
Oh, so this small one that we have is an actual vessel.
Yes, is an actual vessel. Like a smaller version of the one you already have.
Which is why when I was holding it next to the big one didn't absorb the whole thing like it did all the others.
Well, there was nothing left in that small one when you got it. The power was expended. That was an empty vessel whenever you got your hands on it.
Just to clarify, out of Sean's curiosity, so is that like the same vessel thing that I found from that dude's, like the empty spark that from the guy's house that we burned down?
Just much smaller.
Okay.
Likely the vessel that you found before was from a god that was many, 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 probably thousands of times more powerful than Relicanter was. When I say that Relicanter was the lowest order of divine, he was. So what you witness in his power is literally the weakest a god could possibly be,
So, okay,
which speaks as a testament to how powerful fully ascended gods truly are.
so we have one that's like the size of like a soccer ball, and then we have one that's the size of like a softball, right?
More like the size of a baseball, probably more golf ball sized, I would say.
So the one that Relicanter had was like a golf ball, and then the other one is like a softball.
The other one's more bowling ball.
Okay, so with all the power that's in the big one, how like I'm trying to imagine like how much more power is in the big one compared to what Relicanter had.
Probably millions, I would say. It's almost beyond comparison. You know that the spark that you are holding would have belonged to a god of a tremendous and like potentially universe-cracking level of power. Where Relicanter, he was just powerful, but you're talking about comparing a pseudo god to a greater deity, and there almost is no comparison. Which again, as powerful as Relicanter was, to imagine beings that are millions of times stronger than he was is an almost frightening prospect.
How could someone observe? Okay, this is what I'm trying to think. This big, like, Dorian is staring at this big orb, and he's wondering how could someone absorb this thing and control its power? Like, how do you transcend with this orb? It's
So, I think I might be able to answer your question if I just talk about the process of rise into divinity in the first place. Whether it's through, whether it's divinity that's granted by a god, or whether it's gained through artificial means, like passing through a gate of apotheosis and surviving. Essentially, every day a god is more powerful than they were the day before. But it is a long, slow progression of power to go, at least through the artificial method, to go from being a new deity on the rank of pseudo-god to ascending to a greater deity.
so
So,
it
the
makes
fact...
me.
Do
I'm
what?
sorry. Go ahead.
No,
Go
you're
ahead.
good.
I was gonna say like, Relicanter didn't know that we had all this power, right?
Not to your knowledge.
Right, because he never. Well, that's what I'm assuming, because he never brought it up, and it's okay. Keep going. With what you were saying?
Oh, just that... I mean, you would know, Dorian would know, the fact that Relicanter had any spark at all would at least, whether Dorian believes he's a god or not, would at least tell Dorian that he was on the path. Because obviously normal people don't have this. But the difference in power between the two different sparks, if Dorian transfers power from the larger spark to the much smaller one, you can't even tell a difference in the initial spark. It is indiscernible with the amount of power that it takes to transfer it from one to the other. The difference, the before and after difference, is indiscernible. It would take a million of those small ones to fill it up with the power of that bigger one.
Okay, is there any way I can do like I've done before and did like a little prayer ritual with the big spark and talk to Ao?
Good? Yeah?
That's exactly what I'm gonna do.
Okay. Roll a religion check. I just want to see the degree of communication that you achieve.
With advantage?
I'd say with advantage, because you have that spark.
Okay, if I don't get a good roll on this, I will happily burn my last inspiration on this shit. Man.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I really want this. I'm gonna burn that inspiration.
Alright, another roll with advantage. You can roll again.
Okay.
There you
Ooh,
go.
good.
Alright.
It's 25.
So this is a full-on vision. You're still in a sort of dreamlike state, but you meditate, and as you close your eyes, within a couple of minutes, the blackness begins filling up with this very bright divine light, but soothing at the same time. And you once again see the image that you've seen a few times before of this rather unassuming looking bearded human with a long black beard and scruffled black shaggy hair, wearing
Do I
just regular tunic, and you recognize this as the form of Ao that has been shown to you in the past.
First things first, I kneel. And Ao, I'm lost.
Stand, Doom Guide. For all your battles have been fought on your feet. Being on your knees doesn't suit you.
Do I still have the orb in this vision?
You're not holding them now.
Okay. I will describe to him the two orbs. And I'll just... I need to know, is it possible for someone to absorb this energy?
Into themselves?
I mean, Relicanter he got one.
Relicanter was an interloper. Many people died for him to get to the point that he achieved. He became a god without my approval by finding a gate of apotheosis in the astral plane. It was through this means that he ascended to godhood.
Oh, you see, why didn't I just think about coming to ask you that? We were asking those questions to like everyone else we came across. I apologize, Ao. I should have had more faith in you. I prostrate myself on the ground.
Stand, Doom Guide.
I get back up.
He used a gate of apotheosis. However, if it has not been made clear to you before, the gates are single use. Once a gate has been exhausted, it stands as nothing but a monument.
I did not know that. The large orb that we have, we've been collecting shards since I first spoke with you. What do I do with them? What do I do with this orb of power?
The vessel belonged to my brother. When my brother was sent to the far realm, I believed that he had been stripped of his divinity, that he had been stripped of his divine power. Unfortunately, I was mistaken, as he has somehow developed a new spark. That is what is left of the old one.
So how do we use this spark to defeat Zeus?
When your final confrontation with my brother is at hand, you are mere mortals. You need some way to level the playing field. It is using my brother's own power of when he once stood tall in the light. It is through that you will combat his inner darkness. When you see my brother, you will know what to do. You will use the power from that spark to weaken him to a level that you may combat, as well as possession of that spark will keep you and your allies protected from being instantaneously obliterated just by his sheer presence.
Why can we not just have one of us absorb all the power in the spark?
Because you would surely die.
But Shiziki he is a celestial. I can see it when I use my senses.
Everything is not as it appears, Dorian.
Okay, what about this smaller one? Wouldn't that grant one of us a little bit more power? a little bit more strength?
It would still likely kill you, and that is an exhausted spark from a small deity, an insignificant deity. At this point for you, that is nothing more than a relic. However, guard that smaller spark. For if one of this interloper's allies were to get his hands on it, and knew of the ritual to do so, he could venture to the astral plane and resurrect him. So it is important that you let no one else get their hands on it.
Well, I mean, what is the best way to not let that happen?
I'd say drop it into the ocean, but I feel as though, as resourceful as his allies are, they may still find it. Keep it close. Keep it protected. It cannot be destroyed, but it can be hidden.
Oh,
You may wish to stow it in a vault. Knowing as much about how your world has developed as I believe your kind would likely have a place for safekeeping, that you might keep it protected.
yeah, see, that's another thing. We put people in that vault, and they got out. Could it be possible to absorb it in some kind of way? Just a relic one, not the big one, just a small one. Would that be the best way to hide it? Or
In all my knowledge, I know not how you would accomplish this. I'm afraid I cannot offer a better solution than to keep it safe, keep it close, keep it hidden.
so this is my thing. It was in Relicanter's chest.
Because
What?
he was on the steps to godhood. He was a pseudo-god. He could withstand it.
Right, but what if one of us, like Shiziki, has the celestial blood, I guess, and what if he was to undergo certain things and he was able to absorb one, like the small one? The only way someone would be able to get it from him would be to kill him, and I'm not going to let that happen.
And not everything is as it seems, Doom Guide.
Well, I guess the safest place would be my back pocket.
Unfortunately, Zeus's presence, his mere power, which grows every day, I must admit, it clouds my judgment. My sight becomes more limited every day. The stronger he gets, the weaker I.
Well, why can't I just give you his old power?
Because even at the time of his banishment, he represented pure darkness. In fact, that is the origin of our creation. I represent the light, and he represents the shadows. As this balance must be maintained. This has always been the way of the universe. One
Wait,
cannot exist without the other, but one cannot exist with the other either. I would be incompatible with his power.
wait. So we can't kill Zeus without killing you.
That is not entirely true. But
what you're
unfortunately,
saying is when we go to kill Zeus, someone has to take his place.
where there is light, there must always be darkness.
Well, who's that gonna be? How do we figure that out?
Unfortunately, my vision has become too clouded to be able to answer that question.
You needed to roll a 27 to get that answer.
Shit, where's my credit card? Maybe I can unlock some new DLC over here.
But yes, you are right. When he falls, someone must take his place. But
Okay.
that is already in the process of being put into effect.
Okay. One question. One more. Do you, the gods, have a god already prepared to take this accolade, or whatever you want to call it, this role?
There's only so much I can tell you without influencing the course of events detrimentally. But let it suffice to say, your world and the people in it are already taking care of that for me.
Okay, just answer this. In your visions, as far as you can see, is there a mortal from our world that will be forced to take this position?
One has already been decided.
Oh, I refuse.
Unfortunately, your place among the heavens lies down a different path.
Oh. Well, thanks for thinking about me. I mean, that's kind of disappointing. I was really thinking, I thought I was the chosen one.
But you indeed do have a grand destiny, Dorian.
All right. Well, I is there any? Nope. That's it. I'm done. That's all I want to know. There's no chance you have like some extra boons laying around in this light around us, is there?
Unfortunately, I have granted all the blessings towards you that I can.
All right. Also, we have this one party member. Is there any way you can just kind of help them out if they ever go to like fall in combat? Maybe like just make it so it doesn't happen immediately.
All I can do is try.
Okay. She's literally the only female in our group.
Again,
What?
as my brother's power grows, mine wanes.
Yes, we're actually working on that. We have one more spark that we know of, and we're going there here shortly. And then we have to go to a different plane or dimension, I guess. And I think we're just gonna try and straight up fight Zeus at this other plane.
And that is the final fragment of my brother's spark to be gained in your entire plane of existence. But suffice
Okay.
it to say that when you acquire it, his assault on this other world will end.
I don't appreciate the way you just worded that. You said that is the final shard of his power on this plane.
Well, yes, as the rest now reside with him. But it is the only
Oh.
fragment, it is the only remaining fragment that you will need.
Oh, okay. Well, that sums it up a lot better. So I think I got like 15 more seconds. You want to see a card trick real quick?
He chuckles and says, "Sure."
I don't know any card tricks.
He pulls out a deck of cards and says, "Pick a card, any card."
Now you
And-
see, you're all knowing. You cheat already. You already
And then
know what card
right
I would
as-
pick.
Right as you go to pick a card, before you can even touch the card, you return back to reality.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, that was literally it.
I mean, that was pretty good, man. I think you got a lot of info out of that, to be honest.
Yeah, a lot of just running around trying to ask the same question 15 times, different ways.
Courtesy of Gavin mess up. It's like, oh yeah, by the way, you can do this. Oh wait, no,
I
no,
feel
no.
like I should just do a Yoda impression and just say, "Troubling it is that my vision has been clouded," or whatever it is he says in Revenge of the
Hey,
Sith.
I'm just gonna say you get better info and answers than what we get from you whenever you're doing Velastros half the time, anyway. So
What do you mean?
Flastrios,
great
what do you
information.
think about this? Oh, the rhythms, the strings of fate and reality you can't comprehend. Okay, thanks. Yeah, Joe, got a lot out of that conversation there, bud. Appreciate that.
I mean, but that's how it is, though. If you don't know, then you obviously don't know. I don't know. It seems pretty logical to me, man.
It's almost like talking to Relicanter.
Right.
I think it was Shazika that even said to Relicanter, you know, you and Velasquez
Velasquez.
would get along.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Relicanter made too many grammatical errors, and Velasquez didn't like that one bit. That was...
You know, it was your DM that made the
Your
grammatical
reverse
errors.
ancestors. I think that's called descendants. Yeah, that's the word.
By the way,
That's
I
a
feel like
word.
the picture of the future that I painted for you guys was very like Warhammer 40k.
Yeah, that's how I was kind of seeing it in my mind temple movie,
Yeah.
my mind theater.
I'm
Mind
just gonna
Palace.
say, how is it that Dorian's descendants and Aaron's descendants? Yet I'm the one that's popping out all these babies, and they were none of my descendants. Where
That
these
was
at?
just one little fragment of the future.
Alright. I do have a couple things I want to do super quick though before we wrap up.
What's
Yeah.
up?
One, I will go to the Primalty Library at some point during this whole escapade, and I just want to pick up a book on the Raj Peralta, of how exactly that came to be, how that works. Mostly the thing, if I find a book on it, I want to know, can a Raj Peralta be applied to anything?
Why do you need a book when you have an archmage?
Because this is like a Primalty thing, apparently.
he's-
You gather the Raj Paratus can be applied to any order that would be legal. So,
I will also. I'll say this. I will. I'm going to go to a couple rooms while I can. While I'm in the library, I will take out the scroll that the king gave me, and I will get very familiar and memorize his signature and everything else like that, and
Okay.
know what a Raj Peralta, how it breaks down. So if I ever need to replicate it, I can.
So what you gather from the Raj Paratus is that it was first devised during the Unification Wars, back when the various genasi as well as the human kingdoms
So,
were split during the Unification Wars.
Just
but the
because we're
dwarves
hang
had
on.
with the genasi.
Hang on, Gavin. Just because we're getting towards the end, I don't want you to go into a whole spiel. So if you want to write that up in Lost Lore, cool. I don't really
I
need
think
all
I did
of
a
that.
while ago.
Not for the Raj Peralta. But I mostly I just wanted to know if it can be applied to just like is it just killed as certain people, or is it like any order that the king can give?
Any legal order.
Yeah. Sure. After that, I want to go to a couple places in the kingdom. One, I will go to whatever. I'll ask around and find out where the Duke of Gilstead was supposed to be staying, where his room was. Basically, wherever was they sent Voltaire.
It was in one of the upper levels, kind of close by to where
I'm
Rabella's room
going to go to that, and I'm basically going to go to these rooms, and I'm going to look for any secrets, anything that they hid, anything that might be left behind that they had. Because I'm going to do this in Voltaire's room, and then I'm going to go to Rainer's room, and I'm going to do the same thing in both. And in particular, I'm looking for the book. The book that was gone for the Tower of the Gods, that I'm pretty sure one of them checked out. On top of anything else that they might have had.
The book about the Gates of Apotheosis.
It's literally the book that's all about the same shit that Dorian just asked Scott about, but I wasn't privy to that conversation, so I'm looking for it in my own way.
Make an investigation check.
Well, I will actually use the Wand of Secrets to find it.
Okay.
Because I can use that 3 times a day.
So
Let me make sure I find exactly the description of it, but yeah.
Guys, real quick, I'm gonna go ahead and bounce. It's 11 o'clock.
all right, man.
But yeah, I'll catch up on all this at the end of the stream tomorrow.
All right, man. But yes, you do find a book that was hidden under some floorboards. Though the gist of what it contains is, in large part, what I just described to Dorian. You find out that these gates are single use, so you do know that once a gate is used once, that exhausts its power. And you also gather that there's not a lot of them left.
Okay. Do I find anything else amongst all this stuff? Oh, and by the way, I'm also going to go to Lacoth's room, and I'm just going to look at whatever scarves and everything he has.
Okay. So
But
I'll get into the scarves.
I'm going
The
into
other
all.
stuff we're probably gonna need to think about.
Okay.
So yeah, in Lacoth's room, apparently he was a connoisseur of scarves. You find several nice ones. You
I'm
find
taking
like
the nicest of the nice scarves.
you see like a black and red checkerboard
Yeah.
scarf.
You can just write up
You
a list
see-
and put it in Discord or something. But yeah.
You see a pink one that's lined with a bunch of flamingos.
Well, that's nice. That's nice.
Yeah, you see one random solid white scarf that has a platypus on it. You know that one's kind of weird.
Nah, I don't want that one. I'll just throw that one in on the ground and leave it. But sure.
You do see a black and white striped one that has pandas embroidered all the way down it.
Why does he? What did he go to the zoo and buy at the gift shop?
Oh, but the pandas are all very like chibi anime themed, like with oversized eyes and yeah, and various different poses.
Does he have any like high end, like nice looking ones?
You see one that is a solid like royal purple that looks like it was sewn with threads made of pure gold.
Perfect. Yeah, I will.
With,
I
like
will.
embroidered on the edges.
I'll take like the 3 or 5 of the nicer looking ones.
Okay.
But unless there's any other secrets or anything like that, I am going to go to Raynor's room. I will take out my soul cage and set it on the table. I'll get to you here in a bit. And I'm going to get coffee, and I'm going to set up, and I'll be sleeping in Raynor's room this evening. Because, why not? And I will say before we do our long rest or whatever for the night, I'm going to go through and ask my questions, but we'll do that next session if need be. Because I have 6 questions to ask Relicanter Soul.
We'll do that next session. Just make sure you write up a list.
Yeah,
of
that's what I'm
stuff that
saying.
You want to knock out. So.
I don't want to do that tonight, so... Because, and I've said it over the amulet telepathy vis-a-vis, I said it in Discord earlier, but if anybody has any questions they want to ask this dude, just write it up and we'll have that for next session.
Sounds good.
But that's it, that's all I got.
Alright, end of session. Did we conclude the current mystery?
Oh, what is the name of that book? Because I gotta add it to my burlap sack of books.
Call it... let me think of a good name for it. Let me think of a good name. We'll call it The Mortal's Guide to Claiming Your Place Among the Stars.
It sounds like a very how-to, which is so weird. Okay, Mortal's Guide to what?
We'll just call it Claiming Your Place Among the Stars.
I feel like that was like a brochure at the bus stop as soon as you get to Hollywood.
Or as soon as you enter the astral plane or whatever, but yeah.
Claiming your place among the stars. Got it. Okay, that's it. That's all I got. I'm done.
Alright. Well, I'm going to go ahead and call it. If you haven't cut the recording, I guess you could go ahead and do so.
I will go ahead and do so.